Uf, estoy 3 minutos tarde y estoy 3 minutos tarde. Anoche estuvo, a todo el día de ayer estuvo pesadísimo, honestamente. Mi mujer se lanzó a ayudar bueno, a su mejor amiga porque se le quemó su casa y después de ahí la encontró con todos nuestros amigos que tienen casas también en esa zona donde se quemó todo y ahí estaban todos en el hotel. Entonces estaba, bueno, no en el hotel, había varios que necesitaban a dónde irse, entonces estaba coordinando con todos ellos, los ayudó y llegó a las 11:30 de la noche y me dijo, ¿te puedes quedar despierto? Que tiene toda la razón del mundo. Me quedé yo en casa para asegurarme que si se llega a quemar este pedo, pues pueda llevarme a Vini y a Tata, ¿no? A la ardilla maravilla. Y pues me quedé despierto hasta las 11:30 de la noche. Me despierto a las 4 de la mañana diario. Me duermo a las 8 de la noche. Normalmente estoy hecho cagada. Lo que es ser viejo, cabrón. Pero bueno, de eso no se trata el episodio de hoy. El episodio de hoy es obviamente un gran casino del tío Salo. Bienvenidos todos ustedes. Gracias por despertarse temprano y por unirse a esto. Quiero platicar de algo que me preocupa. Ayer platiqué y no voy a decir con quién, no voy a dar referencias, no quiero decir absolutamente posiciones, no quiero decir nada. Ayer platiqué con alguien y esta persona me dijo que en México estamos reactivando, bueno, no estamos reactivando, ya lo reactivaron. Todas las oficinas de la Interpol, la CIA, de todas estas agencias en Estados Unidos que habían estado abandonadas por no sé cuántos años, están de vuelta, están con todo, están creando mini operaciones junto con el gobierno de México por algo. Y esto es parte de lo que habíamos platicado antes, de lo que probablemente nos dé algo de del efecto Milei, de todo esto, todo lo que están diciendo honestamente tiene cara de que lo quieren hacer. Y eso es lo que me preocupa a mí, porque yo creo que nadie está listo para poder ver todo este mercado completamente cambiar de la noche a la mañana. Todos estamos muy alcistas, todos estamos muy acostumbrados a cómo estamos viviendo, pero si el tío Elon Musk con el tío Trump de verdad se meten al gobierno, recortan gasto, etcétera, y además empiezan a hacer todas estas alianzas estratégicas y tomar o ciertas, no sé qué sea, porque no estamos invadiendo Canadá, no estamos invadiendo Greenland, no lo estamos haciendo. Estamos simplemente diciendo que deberíamos de tener algo que ver con ellos o que deberían de ser parte de Estados Unidos, pero no estamos diciendo que los vamos a ir a invadir. Pero pues obviamente este cambio de comportamiento de Estados Unidos también pues, me lleva a preguntar más cosas a esta misma persona. Y me dice, a lo que suena y lo que estoy viendo en todo lo que es inteligencia y seguridad, con todos los planes en línea, es que van a haber tres jugadores grandes en este juego. Y estos tres jugadores grandes, los tres bloques, si lo quieren ver así, va a ser todo. Y si eso es el caso, eso quiere decir, y esto es lo que me dijo él, eso quiere decir que todos vamos a tener melón o sandía, dólar o yuan, ¿no? ¿Cuál vamos a escoger y las repercusiones que eso tiene? Y para mucha gente no lo comprende. ¿Qué pasó hoy? Cayó Bitcoin, ¿no? Subió a 95,500 y después se dio un putazo para abajo de nuevo a los 92,000 y cacho. Y ahora está como intentando ver para dónde va, ¿no? Es como cuando le pegas a una mosca que está volando y no sabes si está más o menos por ahí peleándose. La razón por la que eso pasó fue porque nos dieron el dato de empleos y los nuevos empleos creados fueron mucho más altos de lo que todo el mundo pensaba. Lo que ese número fuerte hace en la cara de todo el mundo es, no van a bajar tipos. Pero si volteas a ver los tipos, tíos, no los han bajado. A mí lo más impresionante de esto, y comenté en un post de Zero Hedge en X, y pone, los intereses acaban de subir, el 10 años a 4,7 y cacho por ciento, el 30 años está casi en 5% plano, ¿no? Que está cabrón esto. Y comento, pues, güey, los intereses van para arriba igual que el DXY, ¿no? El dólar, el índice del dólar. Y todos me están comentando abajo, están bajando tipos. O sea, no, lo único que ves es la televisión, no, nunca has ido a pedir un préstamo, no tienes interacción con la economía real, no existe. Oye, pues ¿cuánto cuesta si quiero sacar un coche o qué pasa? No, porque me imagino que toda esta gente usa crédito, la gran mayoría de la gente está endeudadísima y no le alcanza para absolutamente nada. Entonces me imagino que esas personas mismas deberían de entender que sus pagos no han bajado, solamente han subido desde que empezaron a bajar intereses. Estamos con el dólar a tope a todo lo que da en 109 y cacho. Eso nos pone en una zona donde nos tiene que llevar a los 114. ¿Y qué quiere decir eso? Un dólar fuerte. Recuerda, esto es, una vez más, esto es lo que me preocupa. Un dólar fuerte no solamente es malo porque quiere decir que la gente está dejando de comprar otras cosas y se está metiendo en el dólar. No estoy diciendo eso. Un dólar fuerte quiere, en esta situación donde hemos dicho y todo el mundo, quiero que piensen en esto, estamos en el fondo o muy cerca del fondo de Estados Unidos como país. ¿Nunca han pensado en eso? ¿Alguien de ustedes ha pensado en esto? Y esto no me refiero, no estoy hablando del mercado, no estoy hablando de la bolsa, estoy hablando del país como tal. Estados Unidos está entrando en fondo, en lo peor de lo peor, de lo peor que ha vivido en décadas. Y esto es a base de crimen, esto es a base de inflación, esto es a base de destrucción monetaria, esto es a base de crear una ridícula cantidad de deuda y vendiéndola en todos lados y ellos mismos comprándola. Todo esto podría ser el final del fondo de Estados Unidos y si digamos que se da el efecto Milley, el efecto Bukele en Estados Unidos, eso quiere decir que vienen mejores cosas, y vienen mejores cosas y va a haber crecimiento, etcétera. El dólar va a tener que ser lo que la gente está usando para atraer a otros, porque es lo que, si hemos visto que todo el mundo se está yendo del dólar a otras cosas, ahora le toca a Donald Trump traer al dólar. Y yo sé que está hablando de Bitcoin y yo sé que está hablando de otras cosas que va a hacer para todo el mundo. Esto no tiene relación absoluta con nada. Lo que este cabrón busca y es lo que estamos viendo literalmente en el mercado hoy. No estamos adivinando el futuro. Hoy es que el dólar se está fortaleciendo porque alguien cree que Estados Unidos va a continuar fuerte. Ahora, en el fondo de Estados Unidos, pensándolo, viéndolo así, si vamos para arriba, ese dólar va para arriba, lo que vamos a hacer y lo que personalmente creo que está pasando es, pues sí, la Reserva Federal nos puede decir una cosa o lo que sea, pero lo que están en realidad haciendo es haciendo un dólar que paga dividendos deliciosos para volver a jalar un chingo de inversión de otros lados, pero un chingo de inversión a excelentes tasas, amarrar ese financiamiento duro con buenos pagos, que obviamente nos pone en una peor situación. Y esto es donde está el desconecte de todo esto. No sabemos 100%, no sabemos qué exactamente pueda pasar, porque normalmente cuando tienes ese tipo de escenarios que está subiendo el valor de los bonos, bueno, el rendimiento de los bonos, el valor de los bonos está obviamente bajando. Y cuando ves este rendimiento subir, todo el mundo, lo vimos antes, se metió en cuentas para CDs, todo esto, ¿no? Pero ahora necesitamos jugadores internacionales. Vale, bien. Si esto estamos haciendo para endeudarnos más, si nos vamos a endeudar más, debería de haber una crisis de inflación en el 2026, porque recuerden, no va a pasar el 2025, no sé si se acuerdan, 2020, 2021, cuánto tiempo tomó para que ¿quién se acuerda que había un debate de inflación? De que literalmente había gente que decíamos, va a haber una inflación loquísima, estamos imprimiendo una cantidad absolutamente estúpida de dinero. Por un año nos peleamos con el bando que decía que no iba a haber inflación. Había un 50% de la población que dijo, ok, van a imprimir 8 trillones de dólares, eso no va a causar inflación. 50% de la población estaba de, no, eso no va a pasar. ¿Ok? Para que se den una idea de lo buenos que somos en medir el mercado. No estoy diciendo yo soy bueno o no, simplemente no tenemos ni puta idea de lo que está pasando, ¿no? Básicamente. Y si estamos entrando en este nuevo paradigma completamente, donde el dólar se vuelve fuerte, donde es una gran reserva de valor, donde tenemos que ajustarnos a ese nuevo paradigma, si tenemos dos sopas, nos vamos a endeudar más y eso quiere decir que nuestra inflación tiene que crecer y después se contraerá agresivamente, o vamos a tener el momento Argentina antes, donde literalmente vamos a ser la purga de todo gasto, desinflar absolutamente todo desde el principio y empezar a empujar esa nueva deuda a mayor interés, pero debería de ser menor. Es aquí donde no me encuentro. Es aquí donde literalmente no me encuentro y no sé qué exactamente vaya a pasar y por eso estoy literalmente esperando a ver una vez que tome Trump el mando y veamos qué exactamente va a pasar con la política monetaria, porque ahorita no hay respuestas. Y ahora con los fuegos mucha gente me ha preguntado, solamente lo quiero mencionar, con todos los fuegos, los incendios que hay ahorita en California, el precio de las casas, el precio de la renta en California se va al cielo. al cielo. Esto lo viví en Austin. En Austin, cuando tuvimos que se congeló todo y que se rompieron todos los edificios y las tuberías, etcétera, que es el equivalente a lo que está pasando acá, causó una falta de casas impresionante. Eso fue lo que hizo que mi casa valiera el doble en un año, el doble en Austin en un año. Imagínense. Y lo más cabrón de esto es que no es gente pobre la que necesita casa, es gente rica de a madre. Y esa gente rica de a madre puede comprar lo que sea y pagar lo que sea. Así que estemos pendientes. En California, ni modo, nos va a tocar comérnosla. Pero sin más ni más, vamos a analizar este mercado, ¿no? Que es hora. Acuérdense, estamos en ETA, lo que necesiten, ahí lo tienen. Tenemos nuestro curso de Cero a Trader para la gente que quiera aprender a ser trader. Literalmente, si nunca has visto una tabla, no entiendes ni madres, simplemente compras el curso, 1 hora 40 minutos de verlo, todo está bastante bien dividido y sencillito para que acabando eso digas, ok, entiendo todas las pendejadas que está diciendo el tío Salo acá. Tal vez no todas, pero una buena cantidad de sus pendejadas. Ay, güey, vamos a ver qué pasa, vamos a ver cómo se ve este mercado, pero bueno, les traigo a Farhan por acá y vamos a empezar, voy a darme una vuelta en chinga a los eventos que tenemos en vivo en este momento para poder saludar a todo el chat. Vamos a ver si Brian Martínez lo logró. Brian Martínez lo logró, por supuesto. También tenemos a Boo, tenemos a Iván, tenemos a Serge, mi queridísimo Sergio, y también tenemos al gran Luigi. Ya, madrugadores, cabrones. Felicidades, bien hecho. Let us go. Hey, boys, good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Motherfucking morning. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Today is a nice morning. I actually had some breakfast for a rare occasion in the morning. I usually don't eat breakfast. Made myself some eggs. Had some coffee.
Oh, good for you.
Wow. Stable morning. Wow.
There you go.
Oh, badass.
That's basically me.
Your coffee,
Randy. Yeah, Randy, absolutely. So, hey, Bitcoin went up and then it went down and then it went up. Incredible moves. Incredible moves. Everybody saw them. Everybody saw it coming. What the fuck is happening? The first question is, of course, by Brian Martinez asking if we can check out Bitcoin. Because, man, it's a whipsaw right now, that fucking thing.
Hey, we were still right, though. We said it could go up or down, and it did both.
It did both. So I think we were the first ones to analyze the market in that sense that actually nailed it on the head.
Yep, unmatched. You saw it here first.
Then it went down, and then it went up again. And guess what, guys? It's going to continue to go up and then down and then down and then up. So get ready, guys. Get ready. Who's going to do the Bitcoin chart first?
Let's see which everyone pulls it up.
The Bitcoin.
There was a bunch of really nice shitcoin setups today earlier in the morning off the back of the unemployment numbers.
You sent them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now new setups for all of you guys that make sure to go to the live trading alerts.
Although I'm not sure if the emails are going out or not because I'm not getting the emails.
Is what I'm saying. Go into the live trading alerts right now. Go check it out. Make sure that you don't miss on the setups.
Our oil short that's been brewing for almost 2 months has finally gotten triggered today. So we will
really?
See. Yeah.
Really? All right. All right. I like this. I like where this is going.
All right. So for Bitcoin, let's do the weekly right now. And then we can
do whatever. Hey, Farhan, let's do whatever you want. How about that? Let's do whatever fucking Farhan wants. It's Friday.
The fuck I want to do. And you can cry about it if you don't like it.
Let's get it.
All right. So on the weekly right now, we got the low of our week went right down to the 38.2%, which is still holding right now. It went like this previous week's low was about 91,384. Our weekly low right now is 91,250. So we kind of swept this low and we're still above it right now. So it would be kind of a good sign to see it close above this level, especially above this candle's open at 93,655. If we can see that, what we'd like to see afterwards on the weekly close is momentum to reject going into the bearish control zone, while volatility keeps going up, and that would give us a perfect swing failure pattern setup. But then we could target going to the median after that. And as of right now, the median says at $105,600. We want to see where the median goes to on the next weekly open. If it goes significantly higher, it's not going to be the best signal because it's going to be a little bit more difficult to reach that. We want to see is the median move down, and we want to see price action open above the median. Then we can use the median as a base spring entry because you usually get a back test of the median if you open above it. then we can use that to spring towards the top 38.2%, which is also going to change. Right now it's at 126,750. We have to wait to see what these ranges move to whenever the next weekly candle opens. Right now, let's go to the 2-week. 2-week is kind of rejecting getting into the bullish control. Now it's starting to flip down. It's getting really close to the reset point. Like this is the area where you'd want to see it flip back up if you're bullish. If it breaks down from here, it's not going to be very good for the bulls. It's going to be more control in the bear side. And then volatility is likely going to flip up to support them. But as of right now, we're just making our way towards the momentum reset. And we're still above the median. So on this next open, we still got 9 days and 10 hours to go. We want to see this median move up to where this 9 EMA is. And if we lose the 5, then the 9 and the median is going to be our basis point for the next spring. As of right now, the 5 EMA is still holding, so we can't really target any lower as long as the 5 EMA is holding, which right now is at $93,440. Go to monthly. Monthly is not very pretty. We got this shooting star candle of the last monthly candle, which was a rejection of the median. Then the median moved down, and we rejected it for a second time. If this candle closes red or anything like this, very, very, very likely we end up coming back down to at least the 5 EMA, if not the 9. And right now, the 5 EMA sits at about $85,477, which right now I think is the mid-level scenario if we're still bullish. And the 9 EMA is going to be somewhere around the worst case scenario if we're still bullish. And that would be somewhere in the $77,000 area. But the reason why I think it's going to go a little bit lower than here is because 77,000 is where the CME cap is at. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be bidding the $77,000 to $78,000 area. It would be very Bitcoin-like to dump it under 10% on them, go down to like 71, 72, quickly get bought up, and then close above that 9 EMA, maybe even close above the 5 EMA. And if that happens, then we probably run it back turbo, quickly reverse into the other direction. But for now, on the 2-week, we're still holding that 93.4, so we can't really be targeting 85K until after that 93.4 level is lost. And if you look at the jewel on the 2-week, the monthly, it's starting to flip back around. Let's make this disappear a little bit. How do I make the pink one disappear so I can get a better view? Yeah, so now the jewel has turned into the light blue cyan bicolor as well, along with flipping back around and turning back to the upside. So if we can close this candle green, preferably close it over the median, that would be 99,544. We're going to continue with this buy signal on the jewel, and it's going to enter into the critical zone. Last time we've entered into the critical zone on the jewel was back in January of 2020. Yeah, January of 2021. When price was at around $30,000, we went to $65,000 from there. Not saying we're going to get a 2x from here, but we should see a pretty significant move to the upside if we can confirm the jewel within the critical zone. Quarterly is now still making its way towards that quarterly median. As long as we're over that 5 EMA, which right now is at $76,700, that median is going to be a magnet for price action, but that can take a long time to play out. This is 2 months and 22 days left to go. So possibly this it could be until March before that actually happens, and that's basically an eternity in cryptocurrency land. If you switch over to momentum is kind of trying to base off of this moving average. The moving average is still pointed up, while volatility is starting to expand for the first time since about January of 2022. And that volatility expansion was when Bitcoin went from about $48,000 down to $15,000. So hopefully this time, fingers crossed, that we get the opposite move on the volatility expansion that we did last time, because that would not be pretty at all. That was how much of a percent to the downside? Let's see. Look right here. That was about a 77.5% move to the downside that we got following that volatility expansion. So hopefully we get it to the upside this time, because if volatility starts expanding on the quarterly to the downside, that will probably very likely make it, not very likely, almost certainly make it that this cycle is over, and we're probably going to go down to $46,000 from there. But as of right now, momentum is still trying to base and still kind of technically pointing to the upside. We haven't gotten the closure below the moving average yet, so it can't be considered exactly bearish just yet. If we get the close in 2 months and 22 days and momentum is still below the moving average, then that's going to be cause for concern. Because the last time that happened was about right here in January of 2022 as well. Switch to the 2-month. Where's the time frame? 2-month on this last candle, ever so slightly did close over the median, and then the median moved up. What that usually tells you is that you're going to get at least one more test of the median before you see any lower. This is a 2-month candle, so we have 1 month and 19 days to go. So that says anytime by the end of February, we should see a test of that median, which is right now at $114,000. Not all that helpful because anything can happen in between then. All that it tells you is that you should be on higher low watch because this number is going to be extremely likely before the end of February at $114,000. As of right now, we are still holding that $91,000 low. So if that does continue to hold, we would be looking for higher lows and then end up targeting that median at $114,000 once we get a daily close over $100,000. Once we, if we get that, then it doesn't tell you if you're going to close over the median or not. It just tells you that you're likely to test the median. And if you close over the median, then you would have to target at 38.2%, which is going to move. As of right now, it's a pretty ridiculous number sitting at $218,200. But this level is going to move down and probably a lot. And I can show you a good example of median, the 38.2% moving down a lot. Previously over here, it was sitting at $337,000. Then it made its way all the way down to about $88,000. So it moved about like, what is that, 3x from where it was before? It could move down a whole bunch. It's not even out of the question for the 38.2% to move down to 120 or 130, maybe even 115. We just have to wait to see where that moves to. If this moves up, though, that's going to be when we enter into the banana zone and things get absolutely retarded. If we close over the median and 38.2% moves up, because then we very likely go to 200,000 plus within the next maybe 6 months to a year. Which is, there are some people calling for $200,000 plus, and some very respectable people calling for it as well. Right now, in the 2-month, we are basically at that full reset point. Volatility is at fully reset, coming from 0%. So if we lose this 38.2% to the downside on the 2-month closure, which is right now pretty low, $60,800, momentum will break to the downside with volatility breaking up. Last time that happened was back over here in November of 2021 on our previous all-time highs at $68,997. We went from there to $15,000. So we absolutely do not want to have that same setup happen again, where momentum breaks to the downside and volatility breaks up. Because we are sort of looking like that could be a strong possibility right now. Because we're already rejecting the positive area. We're just not deep enough down to where it would be cause for concern. Negative 11 is basically the same thing as neutral. We once it gets below like negative 25 is where you should start getting concerned. Five-day is now bouncing off exactly off the bottom 38.2%, sitting at about $91,211. Our current low is about $91,250. Front ran it by a couple bucks, and we swept all of these lows previously before. Oh my God. As of right now, the momentum is rejecting getting out of the positive. It's using this moving average as resistance, and it's making its way back to the downside while volatility is picking up. If we close over this below this 38.2%, $91,200, volatility expansion will confirm to the downside. Momentum will probably break into the bearish control zone, and from there we probably go straight to somewhere around the 21 EMA at a minimum, and that's sitting at $87,200. Lose the 21 EMA though, then we likely go to the 55, and the 55 is that number. Oh my God, this fucking shit monkey.
What was that?
He just knocked down the potted plant and smashed it.
Hang on. What do you think, Alex?
He will climb up on somewhere and just slowly push something until it falls over the edge.
Well, analyzing Bitcoin is not an easy job, you know. Well, it's so easy that you need a little extra. You need a little extra pressures and obstacles, my friend.
I'm kind of afraid that he's gonna cut himself on the broken pieces.
No, I'll clean it. You can finish. Our house is like a cartoon house. It's crazy.
And what ties along with this 55 EMA being right down here at $72,000 is we were to get that sweep of that $78,000 CME gap, where everybody is kind of targeting to place their bids because they think the gap is, they're going to get a perfect gap fill and then turbo reverse it from there back to the hundreds. Seems very unlikely. Seems a little too easy for that to happen. probably sweeps way below that $77,000 area, go straight to the 55, maybe a little bit below the 55, maybe the 71, 72. So right here, the 88.3 is sitting at $69,000. Don't think it comes that low. I don't think it sweeps the 2021 cycle high, but somewhere around like maybe $70,000 to $73,000. Tap this 55 EMA, and then we would probably use that as a spring back to the upside. Momentum on the 2-day, price action on the 2-day is also bouncing off exactly off that bottom 38.2%. We are getting a pretty decent reaction so far. We just want to see this candle close green. It doesn't really matter if it closes red or green right now because we're coming off a downtrend. So that would be a hammerhead candle, but it would be more bullish to see it close green, preferably over the median. Median's at $96,282. But even if it doesn't close over the median, what you want to see is where the median moves to. Because if it continues to move down and it moves below price action, that's going to be not incredibly bullish, but quite bullish. Because then what's likely is that the median is used as support to spring back up to the top 38.2%, which right now is at $102,811. And that would give us the necessary price we need for the breakout towards higher, towards that quarterly median at around $114,000, $115,000. Momentum is starting to shift back up on the 2-day. Volatility is going down to pretty extreme levels, sitting at 16%. We want to see it drop below 15%, and then momentum still continuing to the upside. Then we'll get our explosive move back up towards that quarterly median at $114,000, $115,000. Ding. Daily did close below the 55 EMA. First time that's happened since this entire rally started. We have not closed below the 55 EMA since all the way up here in October 9th of 2024, when we went down to about like $58,000, and from there we just went straight up. Now we're getting a little bit of change of structure where we've closed below the 55. We're just dancing right around the 55 right now. We got about 9 hours before this daily candle closes. 55 EMA is sitting at about, what number is that? 93,400-ish? $93,663 for that 55 EMA. If we do reject this 55 EMA on this before this daily close happens, or on the daily close rejected, that's going to be a very bad signal. We probably go straight towards the 100 EMA from there, and that's at $87,000. This is going to be that mid-level area where the mid-level worst case scenario, not the worst case scenario if we're still bullish, but the mid-level, which I think probably does hold somewhere around $87,000. Because if that doesn't happen, then we're going straight to the 200, and that's also at once again at that $73,000 area, which would sweep the CME gap, get everybody to consider the party to be over. The top signals that we're seeing now are probably going to multiply by 10, and we're going to enter into a depression phase of the market. Probably last several months too before it actually fully recovers. It's going to be something like we saw in summer of 2024. What's kind of worrying right now on the daily is we're seeing the jewel reject the bearish control zone and start to flip back around, and the curvature is pretty vertical to the downside, which is not a good sign to see. The next area of support on the jewel is going to be this pink, and we're still a good away from the pink. We could get another swipe or two to the downside before we get the pink. That would line up with us hitting $87,000. Hopefully, fingers crossed for the bull's sake, that $87,000 area holds, and this pink on the jewel holds, and then we can start to curve back around and we enter into the bullish control zone. If that were to happen, then we probably move towards that quarterly median rapidly. Doesn't happen, we probably go to $73,000 rapidly.
Great.
Up or down?
Exactly. So it can definitely go up, but it can definitely go down.
So much help you've been. Up or down? 4 hours now rejecting, also getting into the bullish control zone, starting to flip back down. Momentum is coming from very extreme areas at less than 5%, 4.8%. If we lose this median right now, it's at $93,599, which we're slightly below it. We'd likely get another test at this 38.2%. And since we've kind of bounced off of it one time already, unlikely to hold the next time around. Probably go straight from there to sweep these lows and go towards 78.6. Right now is at about $90,000. Psychological level, because it's a $10,000 multiple. Probably gets a little bit of a bounce from there, maybe all the way up towards like $91,000, $92,500, $92,000. Then we likely get a rejection and then down to $87,000. Right now, the jewel is still pointing to the upside in the 4-hour though, and we are making its way out of the bearish control zone. Not exactly the most bearish signal to see. Last time that happened was right over here in December of 2024. Let's mark that off with the vertical line. And that was basically off of our low at about $92,000 when we went up to our current all-time highs. Well, not current, but current rally highs at around 102,500. So that was pretty decent sized move in terms of percentage.
Yeah, it's a good move. Like,
it's like 11.3% on a 4-hour setup. That's pretty significant. As of right now, we are still getting the same signal on the 4-hour as we got back then. Makes it more likely that these areas will hold and that 91s will be our local bottom before we get a pretty decent mean reversion bounce, if not a reversal.
Yeah, it feels like it needs to bait a little bit more people in by going like, look, it's gonna go higher. It's gonna go higher. That was the bottom. Get ready for $150,000. Because right now, what the narrative is, the Bitcoin reserve. The United States is gonna just do a Bitcoin reserve. That's gonna make that $25,000 candle.
Oh yeah, we've been getting a lot of people ask about that. They're like, isn't it gonna go up when Trump becomes president because he's gonna do the reserve?
Well,
but what if there's no Bitcoin left for the reserve if the current administration sells it all?
Yeah, because he said he's not gonna buy it.
Yeah, he just said he's gonna hold whatever they currently hold.
Yeah. So we shall see.
Then that whole narrative of the reserve is going to be shut down if they announce that we've sold them all. Imagine they've already sold them all as we speak, and they just didn't say anything because they wanted the votes from the crypto people.
That'd be incredible. Well, it was Biden, no? The one who signed the order to sell it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw some conspiracy theories on Twitter about how the government has already sold all of their coins, and they're using a credit line from Coinbase every single time they announce that they're going to sell more.
Get the fuck out of here.
a little out there, a little tinfoil hat.
Little out there.
Because I don't know why Coinbase would go along with it, but hey.
Something is going on at Coinbase. I see a bunch of big accounts going after them. They're saying that they're hiding something. I wonder what that is, if it's true.
It could be that other conspiracy that that Coinbase is selling paper Bitcoin to the ETFs. Because I think they have like 28 days to actually give them their coins.
I see what you're saying. Got it. Without having it. Yeah.
So that's why price action doesn't really change that much whenever the ETFs buy hundreds of millions in a day.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Off the quarterly, we're still getting that hidden bullish divergence. Still active as long as we're above, what price is this? $58,890. So pretty unlikely that we're going to invalidate that anytime soon. But off the next quarterly candle, it'll be a close below 91,250 to invalidate it. Much easier to do because we're pretty close to that number right now. But this quarterly candle is going to be very unlikely that divergence gets invalidated. The target of that divergence used to be 160,000. Now even higher. It's $169,000. Very beautiful number.
Hopefully.
Let's go to the 2-month. 2-month on this previous closure did confirm a drive of hidden bullish divergence off this low here at $49,000, which was our low in summer of 2024. We've already hit all of our targets basically though, because we've already went to the critical zone. So it's going to be kind of difficult to get something from out of there, like our next level. But to invalidate that by monthly divergence, it would be a close below 66,824.
Is Alex joining the cat, breaking everything?
Yeah, he's cleaning up.
Now he's the one just fucking smashing glasses.
I don't even really mind that much, although it's annoying whenever he breaks shit. It's just that we're going to have to take a trip to the vet if he cuts himself on that.
Yeah, I understand.
That's fine. Don't take me to the
vet. or even worse. Even worse if he eats one of the broken pieces of glass.
Oh, no, don't say it. No.
On the monthly, we're getting a little bit of, not a little bit, actually pretty significant bearish divergence because this candle close right here is at 71,320, and then this candle close here is at 96,466. Let's just, for shits and giggles, see how much higher this closes than the other one. About, fuck. about 35% higher, while the RSI did not even make it above the critical zone. It's pretty significant bearish divergence on the monthly. Last time we had bearish divergence anywhere close to that was the high 58,793, then the next high of $61,000, only $3,000 higher, and that bearish divergence was enough to kick off our bear market. Now we have some more significant bearish divergence on that, 35% move up, while the RSI is giving us the same signal that it did before. If this bearish divergence does confirm, the way to confirm it would be a monthly close below $91,186. Not that far off, not very difficult to do at this point. Our first target is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now the bullish control zone sits at $68,615. But that would be a perfect tap of our previous 2021 cycle highs. We lose this area, market's probably fucked for a good year or two, and then we're entering into the bear market. And it's going to be a good solid year and a half, maybe 2 years of sideways and down.
Fun.
The down only market. This in reverse.
Yeah.
But the fun part about the bear market, though, is that basically any single spike up, you can just blindly short and you'll make money.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on shitcoins.
I mean, it's just like a bull market the other way around, right? Like anyone can just long into a bull market and be a genius. Into a bear market, you just short, be a genius.
Anyway, from this point, from around like August, September of 2023 until around March of 2024, you could have literally just longed anywhere and made money.
Yeah.
It was literally
incredible.
And then from around August, September of 2024 until around December, once again, you could have just longed anywhere and made money.
Mm-hmm.
Right now on the 2-week, we are also getting some bearish divergence on the 2-week too. Many drives because we have much higher highs than these levels here, while the RSI has been making lower highs every single time. The way to confirm that bearish divergence on the 2-week is we'd have to close below 91,384. Confirm that divergence, then your first target is going to be the simple moving average. That number sits at $81,000. And then you're going to be targeting the mid-level of the RSI. That number is at, well, first is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone. That number is at $87,000, $87,250. So it gives you another point of confluence for that, how significant that $87,000 area is going to be. Below that, then you likely go to the middle zone of the RSI, and that number is sitting at 60,850. That happens, this bull market is very likely over.
So what you're saying is if Bitcoin goes to zero, the bull market is done.
Yeah. Pretty safe to say.
It's pretty good analysis. We're getting so much better at this.
Yep. If it goes to zero, it's over, guys.
No, it's just the bear market. It's just the bear market.
It's just a correction, a quick little correction to zero. Yeah, then turbo reverse from zero to $1 million. Hey, if it ever goes, I'll make you guys a promise. I'll save the market. If it ever goes to a penny, I'll buy all 21 million Bitcoins.
All right. Verbal is binding in California. And because there's fires, he's double binding.
Jeez, I'm fucked. On the 3-day, we have confirmed 3 drives of regular bullish divergence off this previous lower high at this point right here at about $102,267. This divergence is going to be active as long as we're closing below $102,753, which is $10,000 away from where we are right now. Our first target is going to be the bearish control zone. Right now, the bearish control zone sits at about $81,470. That's even lower than the $87,000 number. A little bit worrying, to be honest. A little bit worrying. Right now, the critical zone is very unlikely because it sits at $22,144. I say that, and then we just go straight to $22,000.
Straight up.
It would take some serious shit to make us go to $22,000. Like Tether has collapsed or something. Tether has been revealed as a Ponzi scheme.
No, Tether will always be around because that's what in my opinion, that's what they want. But I'll say this, Alex, while Farhan's doing this, check out the DXY on the monthly with the volatility setup because I think that explains what's going on in the market.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
It'll be fun.
2-day now also has many drives of bearish divergence confirmed, but a little bit of hopium though is that volatility is contracting while that bearish divergence is playing out. Our first target of the bearish divergence would be the bearish control zone. That level sits at $90,000. Critical zone's a little unlikely in this next closure. Maybe on this next closure, open it updates, but right now the critical zone sits at $47,200. Probably unlikely. Maybe likely if we're in a bear market though, because that's my bear market target, somewhere around $45,000 to $48,000.
Yeah. I mean, Bitcoin hasn't really doubled from all-time highs. So until he does, I'm going to double, like I'm just going to barely double the lows, right? If it was 15 or 14, 30. So it could be between 30 and 40. If we don't like break the all-time highs, you wouldn't say that?
No, I think it'll still be around 40s, and here's why I think so. Let me pull this up.
Well, technically, if you're just looking at the chart, 100% looks like that. Oh, you're pulling up the hash ribbons.
I like to smoke hash, so of course I'm gonna use the hash ribbons.
You're like, whenever these come up, the price has never gone back to the other price before.
It's only
Is that what you're about to do?
Yeah, so I'm gonna point out all of the instances that happen. It's failed only twice.
Yeah.
Out of about 11 instances, it failed twice, so it's about an 85% hit rate. I wouldn't go against something with an 85% hit rate
Yeah,
personally.
it's pretty good.
Every single time it switches to the capitulation signal, like it did right here, and then it switches back to the buy signal. The previous major low is the low that we never get to close below ever again. So right now, once we switch to the buy signal here, our previous major low was sitting around 53,458. So whenever that happened, we it's very likely, or an 85% chance that we don't get. Actually, no, it's very likely that we don't get. No, it's this one right here. My bad.
Yeah, it would be 50, like the 49, no?
49,217. So it's about an 85% chance that we don't get another close below 49,215 ever again. I'll show you another time where it happened. It started switching over to a buy signal right around this point right here. Our previous low after that was about 25,253. Extremely unlikely we ever closed below that ever again. We never even came back to retest it. I'll show you another one. It switched over to a buy signal right at this point. It's the previous major low was sitting somewhere around 15,563. So we have buy signal right here, very 85% chance this doesn't get broken. Buy signal right here, 85% chance that this doesn't get broken, and then we have another one right here. It would take a lot for all of these to break. Then now I'll show you a failure.
Well, didn't it fail in 2022?
Yeah, that's what I'm mentioning. So here's our previous buy signal from before. This one was a failure. It switched over to a buy. Technically, this $35,000 446 low shouldn't have been broken, but it did get broken. So this is one of the failures. I'll show you another failure right now.
And it went down by 50% more.
Yeah. So usually, like it holds, but if it breaks, you get a 50% or more dump.
Okay. So if you were, then it'd be 25 to 30 grand.
Yeah. If you lose that buy signal, then it's probably going somewhere in the 20s.
Got it.
Show you another one. Right here. So then we switch to a buy signal right around like this point. Mm-hmm. So our previous low should have been around 6,777. Then it failed during the COVID crash, and we went down to about $3,880. You could argue that it was a black swan driven event, but then we had another failure back in later in 2022. So now we have two failures off of about, let me count for you just so I'm not bullshitting you how many instances there are. It'd be a good amount. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 2 failures out of 15. What percentage is
That's
2
not
out
bad.
of 15?
Well, you said 87%.
2 divided by 15.
Yeah, about 87%.
Not bad.
87% hit rate is pretty good, I know.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's what tells me somewhere around $45,000 to $48,000 is probably going to be our wick low for the next bear market. Probably gets bought up pretty fast, and then it probably closes over $49,000. Nope. I was about to point out this bullish divergence, but it's been invalidated with a local top. this whole time, though, we are getting contracting volatility, which is not the worst sign ever, especially after this much of a dump. We're still getting contracting volatility. We've dumped $10,000 off the back of contracting volatility. But the opposite end, the double-edged sword is if we're still going down when volatility contracts, if $10,000 wasn't enough, it expands. If $10,000 wasn't to make it expand, probably going to see a $20,000 dump.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That brings us 72, 73K. It's like what the Kool-Aid man says. Oh, yeah.
What an old reference, my God.
I'm old. Pushing 30.
Stop.
All right, so on the monthly, momentum is dancing right around the edge. We're also starting to bounce back up from the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $89,816. If we do get that scenario to play out, we go to 87,000 and we don't bounce, and then we flip monthly momentum down, that's when we very likely get our several months of correction. Because the last time momentum flipped down in the monthly was off of our previous all-time highs, when we went sideways from March until September, 6 months of sideways. Very likely that happens again if monthly momentum turns down. We probably, once this 9 EMA moves up, right now it's sitting somewhere around like $76,000, $77,000, probably retest this 9 EMA off of that multi-month correction. Then maybe bull market's over, maybe it's not. We lose our 2021 cycle highs, it's very likely over. Hamas setup about to invalidate, and a momentum is about to flip back down. We're about to test the edge of the bullish critical zone and flip down on momentum as long as we're below $101,250. If this flips down, then this whole setup that we've had before from around about like September or October of 2024 is going to be invalidated, and we're going to have to look for another one for volatility to drop below 15% again. Then we can get another move. But as of right now, it's very close to being invalidated. We have 9 days and 9 hours to go to close above this number, or this Hamas setup is over.
Damn.
I guess they dropped a couple of bombs on them to end our Hamas setup.
They're going for it ever since Trump said that he was going to take office, right? Like now we know that he's going to go and do peace everywhere. That's what he's saying. No more wars. So probably the Hamas setup is off now. Like there's no more Hamas setups.
Yeah, we need war for prices to go up.
Yeah. Oh, for real, by the way. You think it's a joke, but for real.
No, it's for real. You remember what happened whenever Russia invaded Ukraine? We got a quick swipe to the downside and then up only.
Bulls, yeah.
That's when we got our move from 35,000 to 48,000 in 2022.
Yeah, and the Hamas setup originally in 2023. So,
yep.
War.
They attacked that festival.
Yeah, we need more of that war. Hey,
fingers crossed for more war.
You got more of that war?
Weekly right now, we're still getting a contracting volatility off of our move from our current all-time highs. Weekly momentum is pointed down. It's just about to break below the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down below $105,900. Although it is nice to see for the bulls that the volatility is contracting while momentum is down. The other hand is once it starts expanding while momentum is down, then that's going to be no bueno. It's going to be very painful.
Mm-hmm.
On the 5-day now, we're still getting that 5-day volatility setup brewing. We want to see this moving average drop below 15% as well. And as of right now, statistically, it's likely to play out to the downside because momentum is going to be pointed down below $103,500. And once this expands over 15%, you have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in the direction of momentum. And if it plays out to the downside, that's going to take us to around $68,000. Maybe probably lower, just like $67,000. If it plays out to the upside, it takes us towards the 120s. 2-day is also contracting on volatility while it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to remain to the downside on momentum as long as we're below $93,600. So we're just dancing right around the edge of there. If we can invalidate that in this next 8.5 hours and close above that, very likely this is going to end up being the bottom, and then we probably turbo reverse from there. With momentum flipping back up, volatility likely flips up at that point, probably go straight to $100,000. Although it'd be very funny if $100,000 rejects and then we go to 85 from there.
I think we need to go another time up because right now everyone like the way I look at it is in a really stupid way, right? If price stays in a little range for a while, giving people the vibes that he's going to continue to do whatever he was doing, that's when they reverse it on you, right? So right
Yeah.
now you have plenty of time for people to jump in on a short whenever it gets to like 93, 94, and they're like, fuck yeah, dude, it's going to go to 80. It's going to go to 100 and then we'll go down. That to me makes more sense.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what happened off of the FTX dump, where it just started ranging around like $15,000 and $18,000, getting people to get in on shorts, and then it just turbo ran it from 16, 17,000 to 25.
100%. 100%.
Daily now is giving us a volatility setup where we drop below the 15% and we're expanding, and momentum is to the downside. We're getting a derp of death, and we're rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down below $100,650, $100,700, which is also giving confluence to that idea that we'd probably reject that $100,000 zone. Four-hour is now pointed to the upside with contracting volatility. Not exactly what the bulls want to see, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $91,700. Very, very not good. 2 hours now flipping down. We're getting a derp of death. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down below 94,020, 94,050. So if you go to the only really time frames that are still bullish right now is going to be the monthly and the quarterly, and a lot can happen. A lot of fuckery can happen in those candles before the trend continues to where they are right now. Monthly is a little bit shaky because it will flip down below $89,000. Quarterly is going to probably unlikely to flip down because it's sitting at $60,000 for the pivot. We still have our quarterly hidden bullish divergence. Unlikely that it invalidates it on this candle. More likely invalidates on the next one. And as of right now, we have possible bearish divergence on the monthly. We'd have to close below $91,000 to confirm it. If we do confirm that bearish divergence, very likely goes somewhere around $73,000, if not cycle over. We're getting momentum flipping down in the lower time frames. The only time frame that's kind of to the upside right now is the 4 hour, but it's doing it off the back of contracting volatility. And then you go down to the 2 hour, and now momentum starting to flip back down again. Kind of seems like maybe if we do get a bounce, because our daily pivot is around $100,000, we probably go up to 100,000, reject 100,000, and then from there down to 85, 87,000. That's going to be the area where it's going to be like the mid-level worst case scenario, where if we can bounce there, happy days, we probably turbo reverse it and run back to the hundreds. If it doesn't hold, we probably go down to 72, 73,000. The monthly momentum pivot will turn down. Then we likely get the same move that we got from around summer of last year, where we go sideways for about 4 to 6 months. Then if that $73,000 area holds, then we can go back to hundreds and happy days and maybe 120, 130. If that area doesn't hold, cycle is likely over, and then we probably go to 40s.
Well, that'd be fun. That'd be a lot of fun.
We're gonna have a lot of fun with our Bitcoins.
Oh, we're gonna have a lot of fun with our Bitcoins. Isn't it great? It's just a great little coin. It's digital. You're gonna buy it. You're gonna buy it. I'm telling you.
Imagine Trump posts a meme about working at McDonald's.
Well, everybody. By the way, that's the free publicity McDonald's gets every year of Bitcoin. Like they're gonna definitely get it with a vengeance because now Donald Trump went to work at McDonald's. There are photos.
We're not having any more fun with our Bitcoins. Exactly. I'm going back to work at McDonald's.
Fuck us. All righty. The Bitcoin. Then we're gonna jump into. Let's see what the boys want. Chipotle. That's an interesting one. Chipotle.
I always get surprised when I look at their stock price. I'm like, shit, is that expensive?
Dude, they kill it. They fucking kill it. Alex, you want to do Bitcoin or?
They have not one restaurant in Mexico.
No, they don't. Of course not. Dude, because Mexicans, you can go to a taco stand, motherfucker, and eat for like a tenth of what Chipotle is in real food. Yeah, you might get cholera and diarrhea, but it's way cheaper.
It's funnily enough, I've never gotten diarrhea from Chipotle. I feel like people have weak stomachs who get it.
Yeah, Chipotle doesn't get me either.
But Mexican ice has given me diarrhea.
Well, yeah. That's how it works.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna start off with Dixie real fast because I think it just kind of sets the tone for overall risk on. And right now, I mean, Dixie's extremely bullish. We see it's now basing off the 38.2%, the top of the blue zone. Last time we had, you know, kind of this scenario was right around this pre-breakout. You know, we broke out of the blue zone, back tested it based on it as support before slingshotting up. You know, I'll take it from the high of this candle and up, be conservative. That moved Dixie up 21%. If you guys can see here, the time frame around this was during the 2022 bear market. So I do think that this does hold some weight here, especially when we're viewing Bitcoin, one of the most riskiest assets to trade. We know that there is an inverse correlation to risk on versus Dixie going up, and Dixie is looking quite nice. It's just popped back above its monthly median for the first time in multiple months since essentially July. We now see that the monthly 9 has gone all the way up to that 105.80 region. It's a pretty big level for Dixie. You can see here, if you just look at this green line, just how well we've been basically held down from that 105, 106 region for multiple months. This to me is looking like, you know, a range breakout actually. And we see the monthly is confirming that with us breaking above the 38.2%. Most importantly, getting that volatility expansion and confirmation that, yeah, this move is just kind of beginning on Dixie. And so this isn't a good sign for bulls. You know, just frankly putting it, it's not a good sign. As long as we're holding that weekly 9 on Dixie, we have more of a chance of breaking out. And the next target for me is $111.54. It's going to be a big spot for Dixie. You can see here, we've had just, you know, what was this, 3, 6, 7, 8 weeks of green, 1 red to reset it. And now we've had 6 green candles on this weekly. So, you know, how I interpret that is that's a lot of strength. I mean, during this time in 2022 that we kind of would see Dixie go on these kind of tears where it'd go up, you know, 4 or 5 weeks in a row, have 1 red or 2 red candles. That would kind of reset it. And then again, we'd resume the rally up and have over, you know, 3 to 4 or 5 green candles again. We're getting that same kind of posturing here while also breaking out, while also the monthly is confirming that volatility setup. So it is just something you're going to really want to take into an account. I know I've been saying this year really hasn't been the year where you need to watch Dixie, you know, in correlation to risk on. But I do always say that the balance always comes back in. The balance in the force, the balance of the way Dixie moves versus Bitcoin. We always see the correlation come back in. And I do wonder if we're now starting to see that actually happen, you know, bullish Dixie, bearish Bitcoin. So I just wanted to mention that because Alejandro brought it to my radar. This is looking pretty bullish to me. And now what you're going to deal with is us testing these highs right around the 61.8% at $111. You know, my meme line's at $111.48. You're essentially testing, you know, the 2022 high. It's pretty detrimental back then. I mean, ask a European how their 2022 year was. Essentially, it was pretty bad. And why? You know, because Euro was getting just slammed down. I mean,
the correct word, sir, is 2022.
They were indeed Euro poor. I mean, you just had this steady move down until Euro actually broke under $1. Why I want to mention Euro too is because it's the biggest risk. It's the biggest currency in correlation to Dixie. You need to think of Dixie as it moves based on the basket of assets that it keeps. Euro is one of them, right? And the assets are forex, right? Coin, currency essentially. When Dixie, the dollar's strong, you inherently make other foreign currencies weaker, right? That's why you have the JPY going up. It's not good for Japan when their yen is going up. That's why you'll have Euro going down. That's not bullish for Europe. If you're European and you have euros in a bank and your euro now is, you know, depreciating in your bank, that's not a good sign. And so that's what you'll often see especially with euro. That's why I like viewing euro and Dixie, because euro is the highest weighted one. And what we see here is this is something that I've been watching for many, many months now. I remember during this time when we were approaching kind of the bottom of this range. I do believe that was right around, when me and Fard were in Tokyo, is when markets were really not doing well. I do believe, yeah, that was in October. Or, it was actually closer to April, May. We don't really, and remember, this is on a monthly candle time frame. So there's not going to be many monthlies where you're actually testing this channel. And this is a meme channel, but I like the visual representation of it. We see here, this was, I think, during Volcker, during when inflation was going insane. I do believe the 80s. This was 2001, right before the dot-com right after the dot-com crash, 9/11, and then as we know here in 2020 when we had this move down, it was COVID, and then here in 2022 was the bear market and overall just markets as a whole. So whenever we get down to these ranges here, the bottom, it's generally not a good sign. And overall, the macro view of things, but just visually, it just isn't the best sign. We see here, we are breaking down on this monthly, and very much so, just like how Dixie has a monthly volatility setup, uncoincidentally, Euro does as well. And this is actually a lot bigger than Dixie's. Why? Because we see here, we have multiple sessions of zero volatility on BBWP with now an expansion. We can see here, when this occurred and we started to break out, I guess it led to this tiny move up. Remember, this only reached 50%, but, I'm curious to see kind of where this led. So we'll take it here, 9%. That's okay. And remember, you're dealing with Forex. So even a 9% to us Bitcoiners are like, oh, yeah, that moved nothing. But, if you're talking a 9% move on a currency that Europeans use every single day, that's actually quite big. And then let's see if we can find another one here. Yeah, it was this breakdown actually. Yeah, so that led 22% down. Pretty massive actually. So why am I mentioning Dixie and Euro before I even talk about Bitcoin? Well, you really have to have the perspective that if Euro is going to be bearish, which it is, I mean, we just had a monthly closure under this channel. We're now rejecting off of this channel. We already got the bearish retest. We already have volatility on the monthly expanding. I do believe then if we start going to the weekly here, you can see here we're rejecting off that weekly 9, which is perfectly at the bottom of that channel now. The 2-week. 2-week here also has a silver cross to the downside, not a bullish sign at all by any means. And, bulls are really losing steam here. If I just put this meme line here, you can really just see the reaction around that $1.05. It's a major rejection zone, and then let's just see the daily really fast. I'm just actually curious about this. And we see that the daily just made a new lower low on this overall downtrend. So, Euro's looking very, very bad to me. I really wouldn't be surprised if we honestly see under $1 on Euro this year. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me. I do think here this kind of just tells the story a lot better than even what I could. Right? What do we have here? We're under the monthly median. We're losing and rejecting the 38.2%. The blue zone, right? Big moves occur once we break up or down the blue zone. Plus, we have a monthly volatility setup. We haven't had this in literally how many years now? I mean, 5 years, 4 years. That's pretty insane, actually. 4 years ago, we had this set up, and now we have it again. No, I guess you could call it. I don't call this one, but this would be the next one. But still, 2021 or brewing. You just see here, when was the last time we had a blue zone breakdown? It was actually in this period here. We see we went right to that yellow zone before catching up kind of bottom, almost to the kind of orangish. So where would that be right now? That'd be 89 cents on Euro. It's pretty detrimental, actually. We're talking about a potential, and that's actually not even percentage-wise crazy, considering, the one I just showed here actually brewed us over a 20% move down. Euro dumping 12% this year, maybe into 2026, is definitely not crazy to me. And why is this super important for Dixie? Well, because if Euro is looking like it's about to bigly break down, Dixie looks like it's actually about to break up. And if Dixie is going to break up, it ties into what I'm saying, where, you know, we really do have like these highs looming here that was formed in 2002, 2001, that we've never really tested, right? Let me extend this now. Right around $118. You see that once we lose the blue zone on Dixie, the 618 is the logical point. But even on this break that we lost it, I mean, we went up to that orange zone, which is currently sitting right around where that 95 to 88.3% is, right around 121, if not maybe lower at $118. Pretty detrimental to me, though. I mean, that's pretty bad. We didn't even see that during 2022. So that's why I don't think it's irresponsible to really be calling for an 89-cent euro into next year, into this year, and to next year. So that's kind of the tone of what I wanted to talk about mainly, which was, yeah, Dixie's looking bullish as fuck. Euro's really not looking the best. Probably a good time to go to Europe soon, honestly. And this just bleeds into a strong Dixie, bleeds into a weak euro, a weak yen, a weak peso. Now, if we go here to Tether dominance, what do we have? You know, Tether dominance is still approaching that EMA 100 on the daily. You know, we are right now back testing essentially and basing off that daily 9. Next target for me is that $4.50 range. If we start reclaiming this daily EMA 100, it's going to tie into what I'm going to talk about with Bitcoin, which is I'm pretty bearish on Bitcoin now. You know, this will be kind of like a big thing in my idea where we start reclaiming, especially the 4.69%. But the first point will be reclaiming that EMA 100, and that's just simply because of what the reaction we've seen each time we've reclaimed that. You can see here we were held down, rejected. Tether dominance closed above it. Once we closed above it, that's what sparked the bigger breakout. I mean, that led to a pretty major move, just playing a simple daily EMA 100. That gave you a 37% move to the upside. You know, and people, well, maybe we just got lucky here. Well, what about this one? Held down, reclaimed, held it, and from that reclaim, we went up 24%, just simply using that daily EMA 100. So right now it's at 4.5%. My analysis doesn't change. I'm still viewing this area as a major point on Tether dominance. That is the zone you're going to need to see reject. Right there is also corresponding nicely with the weekly 21. You know, for now, though, the weekly EMA 9 is still holding us down, but we're not fully rejecting that. And we're even getting back above the weekly median, something we haven't been back above since September of 2024. So this is telling me that bulls are really trying to grind something out here on Tether dominance, which is a slight concern for me, especially me being a Bitcoin bull. If what I know with Dixie, which looks extremely bullish, Euro looks extremely bearish, and also Tether dominance here is putting in a pretty insane weekly candle just because it's potentially going to reclaim the weekly 9, which, remember, hasn't been reclaimed or held since October. We've been steadily under that this whole time, but also that weekly median here, which again occurred we lost it, in September. It's a pretty big zone here for me. And so that's why I really want to see some kind of rejection here on the daily soon. I really want the daily to actually close back above basically 420, which is a beautiful number on Tether dominance, easy to remember. I really want that 420 to actually get lost. That means that way then the daily here can actually lose the 9, and then we can start actually talking about an argument where maybe we're going to retest the median. But until then, this is looking like it wants to bust up. And it's looking like the next target's going to be that 4.5%. 2 days also closing. Interesting. The 2-day here, simple. We've been rejecting off that EMA 34 for quite a while. You're going to be watching this and seeing if this is going to get reclaimed. If we reclaim this, we run the risk of reclaiming a major level of resistance on Tether dominance, but also reclaiming that 2-day median. Reclaiming the 2-day median would give us that next target around that 4.6%. We've been talking about the 4.69% for quite a while now on Tether dominance. If we start reclaiming above that 2-day EMA 34, it'll really start looking like that's going to be the next target. Volatility is also contracting, not really giving me much to work with. But what we see is it is contracting, potentially giving bulls the upper hand. If it keeps contracting while we're going up, that could just breed a setup while bulls have control. 3-day perfectly back tested the EMA 9. You can see we've been chopping around that EMA 9. So far, solidly, it's been holding us down. We back tested it. It's currently right around that 420. 4.2% level, the area I just talked about. It's going to be pretty massive for bulls to hold that. Holding back above that EMA 9 again gives us the next target right around that 4.5%. If we don't reject that, then for me it's going to be at the top of the 38.2%, which again lines up really nicely with our 4.69%. Lots of numbers there, but essentially you're going to want to see 4.5% reject us on tether dominance. If it doesn't reject us on tether dominance, and you're really going to run the risk of us reclaiming that daily EMA 100, and as long as we're holding above that daily EMA 100, the next zone would be, the 4.69%, but I don't really trust a mean line like that, especially if we're already going to break the 78.6%. Logically, the next target, would be closer to that 5%, right around where that estimate 200 is. That's going to be kind of like the last line in the sand for bulls and bears. Bears are going to need to reject us here. Bulls are going to need to reclaim this to then really possibly get the overall uptrend back up in favor for bulls, especially on the macro, right? Because if we view tether dominance here on a monthly, I'll do it on a 2-week. It'll be easier for me. On a 2-week here, you can just see how important getting back above, especially that 5.5% will be. That is the last lower high on tether dominance on the overall macro trend. Yes, this is important. We're kind of grinding out some kind of bottom. Bulls are really going to try to let this hold to be the next higher low. And if that's going to be the next higher low, it logically would make sense to start trekking up to test at least that median, roll over, maybe make a lower high here, or actually break up and then break the last lower high, do a trend shift and back test this before going up a lot higher. That would be pretty detrimental for Bitcoin if we did break the 2-week trend on tether dominance. So far, it's still in favor of bears. We see that under the median. We're still under the EMA 9. But on the things I'm seeing now, especially on like the monthly, this really could shift very quickly in favor of bulls, especially if we do get a monthly volatility setup, brewing essentially, which it's not yet. We are low on volatility, but it's not under 15%. So it makes it a little harder to gauge. But again, if we start reclaiming back above, especially that, last lower high area around that 5 point, the 5, let me just see here. Right here, the 5.56%. Then on the monthly, it's really going to start looking good. We're going to be then back above essentially all the major moving averages and pressing 38.2%. Big zone for a breakout, especially with what we know on volatility here. So that's tether dominance. It's actually looking quite good. In summary, 4.5% is going to be the big zone, assuming we hold above the daily 9. If we start losing the daily 9, then great. It's going to look like we're actually going to retest the 4% psychological number again. There, you're going to want to see this. You're essentially going to want to see a breakdown. You're going to want to see this low get taken out, and that way it can exacerbate the move down. If we actually start getting that pullback and we lose the daily 9, but the 4% holds, that could just end up grinding out and being another, higher low on the daily before the higher high break, as long as we don't break that low. Or if we go and test the 4.5%, as a bear, you're going to want to see this aggressively reject us down. If it doesn't, you're going to run the risk of reclaiming that, and then we're going to be dealing with basically the same thing that we had right around in August before we went up pretty big on tether dominance. Once it reclaimed that EMA 100 on the daily, that's kind of what sparked the move up. Especially since we know that the 2-week and the monthly are giving us volatility setups, we want to be very careful about the daily, because the daily could really be what sparks the overall bigger move on tether dominance. Now we can see Bitcoins and see exactly what happened yesterday, and what we're dealing with, because this so far hasn't been fun to trade. And I'll show you why it's not fun to trade. I can't remember a time, Farn, maybe you can, where we actually had 14 green candles on the hourly in a row. This is just funny to me. I think it's funny, at least. Look at this. This is just hilarious to me. Max chop.
Yes. On Twitter.
Did he post this on Twitter?
Yeah, he's like, how many times have you seen 13 green candles in a row?
I think it's 14 now. 3.
Yeah, he
4.
posted, I think, before the last one.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, 14. So, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. A perfect like grind up to the hourly EMA 100, but also that 95.5 level. It's going to be a major point for Bitcoin. It doesn't change, and that's still the kind of the big level for bulls to reclaim. This is the level bears are going to need to short. That'll then on the daily really start looking like a potential bearish retest while also retesting the EMA 9. That's not good. Bitcoin daily yesterday wasn't good to me. This kind of to me solidified, and I can mark the bottom. That's perfectly fine by me flipping bearish. I'm perfectly okay with that. But this to me really solidified that this was a major bear trap. I mean a bull trap. My apologies, a bull trap, not a bear trap like Capo is saying now. A bull trap. Why is it a bull trap? Well, we had the nice breakout. We had the trend shift. We had a beautiful reclaim of that 99,000, even got a daily above 100,000. It quickly got very invalidated by us SFPing first at 99,300 level. That's a big zone for Bitcoin. That's my first area of, okay, well, that's not the most bullish, but it's also not the most concerning. And then what we had was more days of just red going down, losing the daily 9, rejecting the daily 9, losing the daily 34. Now losing last line in the sand, that 95.5. Now bears have control. But the hopium was, well, when we have a trend shift here, you're going to want to look at and watch for that next higher low. The trend shift was easy to identify for me. We made that lower low, came up, boom, popped up, made the higher high. Now what we see is Bitcoin has now just made another lower low. If this was going to be the higher low, then this has to be some kind of lower high. If this is going to be the higher high, my apologies, this is going to be the higher low. That's now invalidated. So now the trend isn't down. No, I keep mix shaping my words. My bad. Now the trend is down. The trend is not up. The daily higher low didn't hold. And yesterday we swiped through, took all the liquidity here. And in my opinion, now the daily trend is still down. You're going to hear people talk about, well, the weekly is still up. And it is. And we're still at the EMA 9. But I've been in this game a long time on Bitcoin, and I'm not really liking the way this is looking personally. If the weekly trend was truly going to hold, then you truly are going to want to start seeing that daily and 2-day actually hold the new trend. Not full on reject and in 4 days just break and run all these stops again. That's not bullish to me. We're at the last line in the sand on the 2-day, but viewing the daily, we've already had that. Once we lost that EMA 34, this is rejective to me. And the next target to me is now $87,000 on Bitcoin. As long as Bitcoin is under 95,500, the next logical target for me is 87,400. And I do think that that's going to happen somewhat fast, especially when we see first daily volatility is expanding. We see here the 5-day volatility setup is giving us now a zero volatility read, a scenario we wanted and we talked about when it was only around 8%. And then also we see here that the 5-day EMA 9 is getting lost for the first time this entire rally up, since we essentially broke up and reclaimed that daily 9 here when Bitcoin was at 60,000. We essentially held that the entire way up. We now have lost that on a 5-day closure. We popped back up and reclaimed it, but now we're losing it again. This is showing me that we're getting ultimate chop here. That's not bullish. You get ultimate chop when you're in like a downtrend, right? You can see here, lost it, tried to reclaim it, came down, reclaimed it, formed a lower high, lost it again. Like this whole area was just chop. And what were we doing on Bitcoin? Well, we were chopping and going down steadily. This just is not giving me good vibes so far on Bitcoin. And I tried to be bullish. We tried to play our long hit 2 TPs. That's why I wanted to trim the majority of our profits at 100,000, because of this exact scenario. And had we not had done that, we would have almost round tripped or hit our stop on yesterday's dump. So now what you're going to be doing as a bull is really gauging closely this 5-day EMA, 5-day EMA 9. This 5-day EMA 9 is going to be extremely important for bulls to hold. If they can hold this, then this can start looking like a simple back test of the EMA 9 after it reclaimed it, right? Was under, busted through, back tested it this week. Now into next week, maybe get the expansion and we see the 5-day setup fire off. If we start losing this 5-day EMA 9, it's just going to tie into what I see on the daily, which is simply we're getting that bearish retest now around 95.5. This is the area shorts are going to want to start looking too short. Your only logical stop loss, if you take that, is just your wick high up here, right around 102,005. If we don't end up getting back above 95,500, I am still on the camp that we're most likely going to hit 87,000. But why would that be pretty bad if we went to 87,000? Well, if we went to 87,000, you'd see we're now losing that weekly 9 again for the first time this whole rally up since it reclaimed it back when Bitcoin was at 60,000. And it will really start looking like we're going to start testing that EMA 21. The EMA 21 is the next logical point, right? You lose the weekly 9, just like in this scenario. You flushed all the way down, perfectly bounced off the 21, and then trekked up. Why I'm not going to be convinced fully that this EMA 21 on the weekly is going to hold is just simply based on what we know on the monthly. The monthly, and I talked about this in the beginning of this week, bulls' only objective for this month is to invalidate this massive shooting star that we had into the last month. As long as this shooting star, this high, doesn't get invalidated, you are going to run the risk of this monthly getting the follow through. When you get these massive, and I say massive because it's on a monthly, so that is pretty important. It's not like we're talking about an hourly or even a daily shooting star. This is on a monthly. You know, that's pretty massive. And whenever you get that, per these reversal candles, the next following candle needs to be follow through. So that tells me that this next monthly candle needs to be red, unless it's going to be invalidated. Why I was on the camp that this could be invalidated was because everyone on crypto Twitter, everyone and their mothers is talking about the reversal candle Bitcoin just put in December. Usually when I see a lot of people talking about a shooting star, oh, this is it, this is a local top, blah, 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 it usually leads to a nice squeeze up and an invalidation of it. But now what we see is bulls tried. We didn't invalidate it. We're now forming a major wick high rejection. We're now right back under the 95.5 level. And this candle is really starting to look pretty heavy to me. I mean, no matter how you look at it, once this turns red, this is going to look pretty bad. Just to me, at least, it's going to look like bears are going to have full control to really slingshot us down. Why I'm not convinced, though, that that weekly 21 is going to hold is just simply off the posturing of that EMA 34. You know, the EMA 34 is going to be a big zone for Bitcoin. And right now, this will keep moving up. It's at $76,250. Why I'm not convinced that that's going to hold is simply based on the 5-day. The 5-day is giving us a volatility setup. It's at extreme low volatilities. Once this starts expanding, we're going to get a 30% move on average. It's going to be a 30% move and has an 80% chance of hitting. Farn, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I do believe those stats are correct. You know, if
85% chance of 30 to 30%, 30 to 35%.
Even made it even better. So you have a 35% chance, an 85% chance of hitting 30 to 35% move upon expansion on that 5-day. You know, that's a pretty insane like setup you're getting on Bitcoin. That one of those trades could brew life-changing money if you catch it correctly. Now, you know, that is upon expansion, right, Farn? Once the 5-day expands upon expansion.
Once it gets over 15%, then you got to look at the direction of momentum.
Because I was going to give some hopium here for the bulls and take the wick high, measure us down. That's 30%, 32%. But unfortunately for bulls, if this does start losing the 5-day 9, we start breaking, especially the 90,500. That could be what sparks volatility. If, let's just play devil's advocate, volatility starts expanding from this point and we're going to go down 30%, where would that take us? Well, you know, 30% actually takes us right to that 5-day EMA 100, right at $63,000, pretty detrimental. Now under that, you know, 2021 market cycle high would be pretty bad for Bitcoin to actually dump under 69,000, in my opinion, again. That's why I'm not convinced that the weekly 21 is going to hold on Bitcoin. you're really going to be gauging this weekly 9 in 2 days. This again, losing the 90,500, flipping the daily trend back down, and also losing the weekly 9 starts opening up my short thesis. And the short thesis is taking it all the way to that monthly 9. Right? If the weekly 9 is not holding, I'm going to be gauging the monthly 9, and that's right around $76,000. That to me is a logical place to look for a bigger bounce on Bitcoin. Why? Well, because the entire bull market, yes, the entire bull market, since Bitcoin was at $27,000, it essentially held above the monthly 9 the entire time. Even on that, major chop that we had all of 2024, we just slow grinded down until we hit what? The EMA 9 on the monthly, and then that's actually what sparked our move up. So it'd be, illogical for me not to be looking first at that point, even if we know that we easily could go back down to the 60,000s. It still is more logical to me to look for a reaction around 73,000, which is that wick high rejection before going in that multi-month chop, but also where that monthly 9 is. Something that's interesting to me, at least, is right around where that what was it, the weekly EMA 100 is. Let me just see. Yeah, right around that $60,000 mark is actually right around where the 2-month EMA 9 is. So, it's very interesting to see that. Liking the fact that this 2-month EMA 9 is creeping up and actually breaking slightly under, but it can ideally break above the $69,000 region. $69,000 is still a major point on Bitcoin. I mean, let's go to the index real fast. Let's check that $69,000 level. You can see here, this is what sparked and marked the bear market of 2022. You can see here that for multiple months, right, for 2, 4, 6, 8 months, we just solidly rejected the 69,000 level. Wasn't until we had that 2-month reclaim, major level we talked about on stream. This getting reclaimed was insane, where we had the massive green dildo up. So you're now that this is going to be the spot where you are going to need to hold. If you have a worst case scenario, it should stop, in my opinion, on that $69,000 level. Because if we don't hold the $69,000 level, what you basically are doing is you're losing the monthly 9, which would be pretty detrimental. I mean, to Bitcoin, that is literally what sparks the bear markets. Is once we lose that monthly 9. We essentially chop, form a lower high, and then just dump. That is kind of like my bull market criteria, as long as we are above the monthly 9. It seems very simple, but there's no need to overcomplicate it. I mean, yes, you're going to get chopped sometimes, especially in this scenario here. But essentially, once you lost it here, this is what sparked that bear market move from 46,700 all the way down to $16,000. So if we start losing that, I mean, that really is going to start looking bad. Testing 69,000 and it not holding would actually give us the next target closer to $49,000, which would be pretty detrimental to Bitcoin as a whole. I mean, just would be pretty bad, talking about, a 53% drop potentially. That's why you're going to want to see 69K hold. I don't really think it's smart to be talking about lower numbers until either the monthly 9 gets lost or the 69,000 gets lost. But remember, it's still a pretty major gap up from that point. We're talking almost 11% from the 9 to where that 69K level is. So, in summary, Bitcoin needs to bounce, and it really does need to bounce. And I was talking about that yesterday on our Academy live stream that we had. We need to see a bounce like yesterday. We're going to really run the risk of breaking this last low here. And we did that now. And so now it's illogical for me to start looking for longs here. I happily will mark the bottom if me flipping bearish down here is going to do that. That's perfectly okay for me. But now what I'm doing is I'm gauging essentially the 95.5 reaction, which so far we're slightly front running it. And this is looking like a bearish retest to me. Bearish retest because we reclaimed this level. We held above it. We lost it, so we SFP'd it, and now what we see is we're rejecting exactly where the cluster moving averages is. So long as we're under 95.5, bears have control, and the next target for me is $87,000. I've tried to be bullish on Bitcoin. It did give us that weekly bounce we talked about, but now that the daily trend has kind of trapped bulls in the 100K region, now that the daily trend is down, now that low never held into last week's low, and we broke it into this week, I'm really getting some ominous vibes here that this EMA 9 on the weekly is not going to hold, and this will just end up being a trap. A trap meaning, people are going to be looking at this low at 90,500, disregarding what occurred on the daily and 2-day this week. They're going to say, well, we're at the EMA 9 on the weekly. We saw that we got a over $5,000 bounce from there. I'm just going to long here until, that just fuels us and breaks us more down. So you really want to be very precautious here and understand the kind of dynamic we're in and the level we're in on the chart. The weekly looks like it's on the verge of breaking down. And so you're really going to want to be careful about that. Now, yes, I've been pretty bullish on Bitcoin, but I don't just blindly become bullish. It has to have criteria, and my criteria broke yesterday. And as long as we essentially now are basically in this downtrend posturing, I don't want to be longing. I'd actually want to be looking for shorts here. The short zone's either going to come at 95,800. You could argue it's already occurred, or it's going to come right around where the daily median is, right around 99,200. Ideally, it'll go to 99,200 because, just like what we SFP'd here, we already SFP'd this. And so if we do get a rally up and retest this could be the bearish retest. That could give a lot easier short trigger because our risk to reward is a lot better than here at 95.5. But technically speaking, this would be the first logical point to actually reject first. And that is kind of what we're doing now. So you really are going to want to be very careful on Bitcoin here, especially with Dixie looking good, especially with Tether dominance really looking not bad at all, approaching the 4.5%, and Bitcoin losing the $95,500 level and also swiping the lows that were formed on December 30th. It's not a good sign. I'm not really liking the way this is looking anymore, and I am more bearish on Bitcoin now, and I do believe that this is just going to result into a range breakdown, giving us that $87,000 target. You can see here that the 12-hour real quickly has now a silver cross to the downside. We see we're rejecting the EMA 9, the first logical point for this silver cross to the downside. You can see here we're quickly SFPing or deviating the EMA 100 on the 12-hour. That's really not a good sign. It's like you get these SFPs, you reclaim it, it holds, you get expansion. But whenever you reclaim a level and then immediately lose it after, it exasperates the move down and just can give us a bigger breakdown because people who are possibly longing right into this zone are now trapped. And so if we start falling through that EMA 100, which we are, it's just going to play into why that's just not a good sign, and we're most likely going to break down. Let's see if we have any kind of example on that on the 12-hour real fast. Because we have a lot of SFPs to the upside, but we don't really have it where it's reclaimed it, lost it, and then broke down. A lot of lines on my chart with this HBDR. It's kind of hard to see. No, it didn't do it there. Okay. You can see here. Let me get this off and this off. Right? You lose this EMA 100 on the 12-hour. You get it, you lose it, you reclaim it, you get expansion. You then lose it again, only to quickly reclaim it. And then on the next candle, notice how you got expansion here. You don't get expansion here. You actually get a major follow through, which really led us, well, on this candle, this really was an exasperated move down. We're talking from that point, it dumped, 2.8%, but fine. At that point, though, this is what marked a major move down on Bitcoin. I mean, from this point at 66,000 is what sparked that move from 66,000 all the way down to $53,000. It's never a good sign when you reclaim a major level like that and then lose it immediately after. It just is very predatory. It's trappy. It just tells me that there's a lot of liquidity trapped here. And I could be wrong. Let's see if this actually holds and gets reclaimed and holds the reclaim at 94.4. But as long as we're under this is just looking like it's in the process of breaking down. And I mean, visually, you can see there's not really much of a target other than that 88,000 level again. I'm curious to see how the HBDR is looking now. You can see here that the 88.3% is at 90,900. And then you see close to that 95% is right where, that 87,000 level is, right at the daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin. It's just not a good sign, especially with that fresh silver cross. Yeah, ugly daily. I mean, if visually you were looking at this without the HBDR, I mean, it would really look like its next target is right around 87K. So just be really mindful of that. I mean, I'm bearish on Bitcoin now, and I actually want to see either this bearish retest reject us today, or us actually come back up and properly test these moving averages right around maybe 95.8 to 96,000. But yeah, Bitcoin's looking quite bad now to me. Let me just do CME. Let me see if I see anything on CME. I know I've taken, a good amount of time, but I think also the explanations here can kind of help put things in perspective. At least for me, it helps because I can see, well, yeah, I mean, Dixie's bearish, Dixie's bullish, Euro's bearish. Tether dominance still has a little more to go until we hit 4.5%, while Bitcoin is now in the midst of breaking down. I think CME actually shows this very nicely. It was very important to see this low hold for that higher high to confirm. You can just see now, I mean, this just turned into another lower low break. We're now rejecting the EMA 9 on the daily. We've lost the 93,700 on CME. Next target is 82,300, 82,600 on CME. And it would also be right where that gap is. Don't forget, we still have that gap too. That I remember when this formed, all throughout this pump, people have just been talking about, the gap getting filled, the gap getting filled. Well, now it's really looking like this gap could actually get filled now. That is an interesting point to just mention. And we see really fast the daily volatility is starting to fire off on BBWP. We see the 2-day as well is starting to fire off. We've lost to 21. We're rejecting the 2-day 9. Again, next target is close to that $87,000, which is right around that EMA 34 on Bitcoin CME. Losing that then takes us where? Oh, right to that monthly level I was talking about, around $73,000, $74,000. Pretty bad. 3-day. So the daily, the 2-day are expanding. The 3-day is brewing a volatility setup while rejecting the 3-day 9. We've also lost on CME, the EMA 9, which has solidly been holding us since $60,000. Again, next target logically seems around the high 80s. Like $88,000, $87,000, $89,000. And 5-day, nothing really. Weekly, nothing really. Terrible weekly though, and you can just visually see once we lose that 9, it's going to be a big drop, and we have that massive gap still. Gaps do like to get filled, so that is just still limbing. Okay, so that's CME. It's looking quite corrective still. Bitcoin dominance too. Getting that bounce where we needed it to. Let me go to the daily really fast. We talked about the 56.7% being the last stand for bulls on Bitcoin dominance. We see here that held perfectly. We've reclaimed that EMA 100, and now we're even holding the EMA 100. Oh gosh, let me get back. And we're getting expansion from there. Technically, to me, the next target is 59.7%, and you would be testing that major lower high we formed, especially if you view it on the weekly. Getting back above there wouldn't diminish the downtrend. It wouldn't invalidate the downtrend, would be a proper way to say it, but it would make it weaker. Why do I say that? Simply because here we had the lower high, we had no lower low. This is looking like it's grinding out a higher low right where that weekly EMA 34 is. We're now getting right back above the EMA 9 on the weekly. For me now, the next target is testing the 59.7%. The hopium will be that we don't break that wick high here. So, Bitcoin dominance can go all the way up here. And as long as we don't break that wick high, that still could stick with the overall downtrend and the overall thesis that I have, that is Bitcoin dominance has topped. But if we start breaking this wick high, which, is marked with this red line here, yeah, I mean, this is going to start really looking like a higher low, a higher high break, and you're essentially going to want to start seeing 59.7% hold. And that would be pretty detrimental to alts, considering they're already looking weak. If Bitcoin dominance flips its trend back up, it's really not going to be a good sign for alts, especially alts like ETH and Solana, which are already really breaking down already before Bitcoin has. Good confluence here is that weekly median. You can see we ever so slightly front ran it and rejected we now see it is right around my zone that I talked about, right around the 59.28%. So, even if this weekly rallies all the way up and hits that median, it still could be some kind of lower high being formed here, as long as we don't break that wick high. Breaking the wick high, yeah, will solidify this was a higher low. I was wrong. This trend is now back up, and Bitcoin dominance is really going to start looking like it's going to test this monthly rejection high here. But until then, we easily can rally up a little bit more anywhere around here and rejects, and I'm still going to be on that camp. But really not a bad sign on Bitcoin dominance. We can't call it a bear market yet, as long as that monthly nine's hold, as long as the monthly nine's holding, we can't call it a bear market yet on Bitcoin dominance. And we see here that has perfectly held, and we're basing off of it, while even basing off the top of the 38.2%. Not really the best sign for altcoin bulls, but I'm still going to be confident and still going to stay on the camp that as long as we don't break this last monthly high, anywhere around here can just be a rejection into some lower high, especially on the weekly. So yeah, that's Bitcoin dominance here. That's all I really have. ETH BTC, I'll just very quickly say you don't want to long alts as long as we're under the 366 level. How has that been treating everyone so far? As soon as we lost the 366 level, what was this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago? How has that treated everyone? Well, that's just a terrible rejection on ETH. This was literally once this 366 level got lost on Bitcoin, on ETH BTC, ETH was looking like it was about to break out, and then it quickly rejected and then fell literally bigly. This was like over 10%, pretty massive. And then lastly on that point, how has longing Solana treated you? Not the best, I will just say. Pretty detrimental here. That is a 16% move down. That's why I'll still stay on the camp. There's no reason to be looking for alt longs as long as ETH BTC is under 366. Very simply put, every time we're under 366, it just gives bears more favor to nuke alts and ETH and Solana. And this breaking down plays into my Bitcoin dominance analysis, where we definitely could still go up. I'm just going to want to see some rejection around here and not break this wick high, simply put. So that's all I have on Bitcoin, Tether, Dixie, Euro, Bitcoin dominance, ETH BTC. Bitcoin is looking corrective, and we should be very cautious now at that point. I think you're muted.
Or Chipotle?
Test. I can hear you fine. Alejandro, I think you're muted still.
No, he's on the call.
What?
He's on a call.
Oh, he's on the call.
Yeah. Oh. So on the monthly, we're gonna start with Chipotle on the monthly. So our last previous major low, where we came back down and tested the 21 EMA, we still held the monthly 9. As of right now, we're retesting the monthly 9 again after making a lower high. What usually comes after a lower high is a lower low, and it seems much more likely that this time around we're going to lose this monthly 9 EMA, especially if you go down towards momentum. Momentum is now breaking into the bearish control. After the last time around, it was a rejection breaking into bearish control. Now volatility is flipped up as well. Previous time around, volatility was still declining at that point. It was just resetting to a 0%. Now we're expanding from 0% volatility while momentum is breaking into the bearish control. The jewels coming off of a God mode sell signal, and we're just about to break out of the bullish control zone. The pink is now crossing below the yellow, while the dark blue is crossing below everything else. This is a very powerful sell signal. Only way to make this more powerful is if this dark blue was a little bit shifted over to this side right here, and they were all together with the cross down. It's still very powerful sell signal. And now we're about to lose the 61.8% as well. But what's likely to happen if we lose that 61.8% level is that we're going to, off the back of this volatility expansion and momentum into the bearish control zone, probably comes back down towards the 78.6, which right now is somewhere around like $48.84. Keep that number in mind. $48.84. Now we switch over to the quarterly. Quarterly has lost the median. Not only that, but we got a clear rejection of the median as well. From there, probabilities are that we come down towards, at the very least, either the 9 EMA, but more likely the 38.2%. 9 EMA right now sits at $51.29, and then the 38.2% sits at about $45.23. Lines right up at that 78.6% on the monthly, which is at about like $48.80. Makes a lot of sense if it's sweep a little bit below that, hit that $45 level, which is the 38.2% on the quarterly. And then this is going to be the area where max hopium, where it absolutely needs to bounce, or this shit is probably going to be pretty fucked. But the last time that we've gotten a solid closure below that 38.2% was right over here. When we closed below the 38.2%, price was at about like $9.74.
What's wrong with your mic? I hear just like you're eating chips, or it's like
No,
maybe unplug it and plug it again.
I think that was the same thing. Like I don't know if you heard when I was like, can't hear you. I think it might be the internet.
Try to unplug your mic and plug it back in. Let me see. Because it just started to happen. It wasn't happening before. Say something?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
The last time that we closed below the 38.2% level was over here in 2016, where price closed at around $9.60. Then we dumped from there to about $4.95. Basically close to a 50% dump after we lost that 38.2% level. It's about 48.22%. That's why this area absolutely needs to hold right around that $45 zone, maybe a little bit lower swipe to hit that 21 EMA at $41. But we want to see a close over this 38.2%. Otherwise, I don't want to, like, this whole move is probably going to have come to an end, probably topped out for a good amount of time before we enter into a sideways down market. Because we've been basically going up only on Chipotle since 2018 for about 6 years now, basically just up only. Only corrections we've really had have been to the 9 EMA and the bottom of the 38.2%. That's going to be a significant change in structure if we do end up losing that 38.2%. Even on the COVID dump, we went from about $18.81 down to $8.30. We still held that 38.2%. The wick came exactly to the bottom of that blue 38.2%. So if we were to lose this, it'd be even worse than what happened on the COVID dump, and that was pretty bad. That was in one session we had a 55.86% drop, and that was to the bottom of the blue 38.2% zone. So if we were to lose this, no bueno. We're getting quarterly momentum starting to flip to the downside, getting pretty close to entering into the bearish control zone. Volatility is coming to pretty extreme areas. It's coming down to around 14%. We see volatility expansion from here while momentum is to the downside. The last time we ever had that was right around here, and this was coming back down to the blue 38.2% zone, finding a bottom there, and then pumping back to the upside. So hopefully now for the hopium for the bull side is that we get this exact same move to play out like we did right over here in 2021, 2022 in the bear market, in the stocks bear market, and we come back down to the bottom 38.2, and this level holds, then we can pump from there. I remember Chipotle being in the thousands. I guess they had like a stock split.
I think it was. Yeah, they did split. Because it was worth like 1.3K or something insane. It was worth like 1 something pretty insane.
On the 6 month, we had a pretty nasty candle closure. Had a hanging man right here and a rejection of the median. But at the very least, we're gonna get this candle to fill out. Probably a little bit lower towards this 9 EMA, and that also sits around like $45, $46. While momentum is just about to break into bearish control and volatility is flipped up. It's not looking pretty no matter which way you look at it. Only one that looks good is the yearly. And the yearly, after making a higher high, has got to make a higher low. And the higher low area, perfect area for a higher low, is to reconnect with this red 5 EMA. That 5 EMA sits at $46.45. Another point of confluence for that $45 to $48 area. Two week is now losing 38.2% once again. Last time we lost 38.2% was right here. We lost it. We ended up going a little bit lower, and then it ended up marking the bottom. it was a close and a close below and then the deviation of the 21 EMA. So for bull's sake, hopium is that we can get the same move that we got right here. We close below this 38.2%, quickly spike down, probably going to go a little bit lower than swipe these lows to the 55 EMA, around like $50. Hopium is that it bounces there because below the 55, 78.6% and the 55 EMA, you'd have the 88.3. That's right around that $45, $46 level. This is going to be the area where it absolutely has to hold, because then you're going to start to lose your 6-month 5 EMA. You're going to start to lose very significant levels on the monthly and the quarterly. Then most of this rally probably gets erased, and you probably come back down towards, as 200 slowly moves up, maybe around like $30. Weekly is also solidly losing the 38.2%, while momentum is firstly breaking into bearish control and volatility is pointing up to support it. The jewel is losing the bullish control zone, flipping dark blue sell, about to lose the pink and the yellow. Usually when that happens, it makes its way towards the bearish control zone. That would be probably somewhere around the test of this 88.3, 100 EMA to maybe the 95%, around that $50 zone to maybe 48, $46. Sometimes this little shit monkey knocked the Wi-Fi box down.
Well.
On the 5-day, we're also below the 38.2%, and good amount below it, because now the 38.2% is $60. And momentum is now breaking into bearish control. Volatility is flipped up to support that. The jewels once again breaking below the bullish control zone. Very likely with this setup, we end up testing somewhere around like the 95%, which is right now sitting at about $47.10. Another point of confluence for that zone of there at $45 to $48. Momentum on the 2-day is now starting to flip back up. Still within bearish control, when volatility starts to flip down. Usually that has a test of the median, but the median is going to move down in the next 4 hours and 34 minutes. Likely it goes somewhere around where this 38.2% is, right around $60. And that happens, what's more likely to happen, even especially if we close below this 100 EMA, is that we come back up, retest the $60 zone, bearish retest, then end up falling back towards first $50 for that nice psychological level, then probably a little bit lower towards like 45, 48. Daily is now rejecting flipping back up on momentum, starting to flip back down again. Momentum is volatility starting to flip up while we're losing the 61.8% level. If we get a close like this, what's probable to happen is that either we get a bearish retest from here, that $60 level, or we get a little bit of a move down to around $55, $56. Then we get the bearish retest, and then we end up rolling over. And right now on the daily, we're about to get a fresh silver cross to the downside. So what sits back up at that 9 EMA? Right around $59 to $60 for our bearish retest of this silver cross, then end up making new lows. Because currently we have this much of a move down with not really much of a bounce in between. About 14 to 15% down with very little bounces in between. $4 is now lost to 200 SMA. Whereas the last time we had lost it was right around here when we gapped down in October. Ended up going a little bit lower, and then that ended up being our bottom, where we basically turbo reversed it. Came down to right about the 95% zone on the HPDR bands. Right now, the 95% zone sits at about $54, $55. So if we were to lose this, it makes a lot of sense to get that bearish retest, and down to that $55 level, maybe a little bit of a bounce there. Ranges step down a little bit. $50 level, bounce there, and then 46, 47. Ding. Six months still has active hidden bullish divergence in play. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $47.98. We've already basically hit all of our easy targets. We went to the critical zone. We tapped the edge of the bullish control zone. right from here, if we were to continue going upwards, we would probably tap the critical zone once again. And right now we're already within the critical zone, so that's not going to be any use. Critical zone is about $55.75. And this is not as reliable, but it does give you something to base your idea off of, or give you confluence. Is that the caretaker's RSI right now tells you that momentum is to the downside, and we will continue falling as long as we're closing 6 months below $63.14, off the back of volatility contraction as well. So it is kind of not so bearish to see price moving down where volatility is contracting. We're just basically getting a volatility reset after hitting 90%. Right now we're back down to 55%. So it would be very, very nice to see it come down somewhere around this 5 EMA, maybe the 9 EMA, while the volatility is contracting. Then we get a full volatility reset, reconnect with our major EMAs, then volatility starts expanding again off of our reconnect, and we can use those as a spring to the upside. See if you have any divergences on them. We do have some bearish divergence on the quarterly because we have a high right here on price, high on the RSI, higher highs on price, lower highs on the RSI. But that divergence is not going to be confirmed as long as we're closing above $55.02. If that divergence does get confirmed, likely moves down because we've already bounced off of this once before. Hoping is that we can bounce once again up 9 EMA. Kind of unlikely. More likely that we come back down towards the mid zone of the RSI, which is going to move up. Also lines up with this 21 EMA, which is going to move up as well. Right now it's sitting at about $40, $41. We want to see it move to somewhere around 45, because otherwise likely to break below 45 and hit that 41 area. Maybe 41 can be used as our spring. Right now volatility is still pointing to the upside, while we have possible bearish divergence. That does get confirmed and volatility continues to expand with the bearish divergence. Very likely we go to that 41 to $45 zone. Nope, no divergence there. 2 week has confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. We've already hit the 21 EMA, so then our next target is going to be the 55. Right now the 55 sits at about like $50. And then from there, we would have to target the bearish control zone. Right now the bearish control zone sits at $46.58. Another point of confluence for that same area right there, off of that bearish divergence. Nothing there. Three-day also has confirmed bearish divergence active. We already hit kind of the easy targets. We hit the 21, we hit the 55. Next level is going to be the bearish control zone. That number sits at about $51.71. Probably a little bit below there towards 46, 47, maybe even 41 in a worst case scenario where we're still bullish. From below there, we'd have to target this, and which also lines up with this 200 SMA sitting right around $46. 2-day has multiple drives of bearish divergence confirmed. Next target is going to be this bearish critical zone, which may or may not get hit considering volatility is kind of high, but we're only at 76%, and this likes to go to 100. So the bearish critical zone is going to be at just under $41 or $40.77. Nothing on the daily. And the 4-hour now, the jewel is starting to give a God mode buy signal. We haven't quite curved around yet to give us the actual buy signal. We're still on sell. But if this does flip around, this would increase the probabilities that we get that bearish retest around $60. Then from there, probably end up making lower lows unless we close over on 4 hours specifically about $64.87. What's more likely is bearish retest. Oh, there we go.
Nice. Chipotle is looking interesting to me, actually. You can still hear me, right?
Oh my god, this shit is just not fucking loading.
Goes internet.
Which is weird. It's like 130 megabits per second. Why is it having difficulties?
Are you on the new one?
No, I'm on the other one, but the other one is still 110 or 115. There we go.
Elite Trading
Oops.
Academy, technical difficulties. Sorry, boys.
There we are. Load it up. Let's see if we can get anything off the 6 month. Yep, we have enough data. Right now, the 6 month is still pointing to the upside. We're flipping back up, testing the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up above $47.87. That gives another significant step. $47 area, $48 is that would be our 6 month pivot. So that does make that pretty significant support. Makes it a lot more likely that we end up bouncing in that area than not. Because if we don't bounce in that area, then 6 month momentum will flip to the downside. Last time we had flipped to the downside on the 6 month momentum was right around here, and we dumped about about 38, 39% from there. Not very nice, especially on a stock as big of a restaurant chain as Chipotle. Quarterly momentum is now flipped to the downside. We not only that, but we have possible quarterly bearish divergence, which is going to be only possible and not confirmed as long as we're closing above $55.02. Momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $64.53. That divergence does get confirmed. Basically, all but confirms that we're going to go somewhere around $41 to $48, which is not really that big of a move considering quarterly bearish divergence drop of about maybe $16 to $8 or $9. Not really that crazy to crypto people.
No.
Monthly is now almost fully reset on volatility, back down to 10.5%. Well, the pivot is starting to drop significantly. We're right at the edge of the bullish control zone right now. If we're going to flip down on the monthly, as long as we're closing below $59.02, about $2 away from price action right now. If the bulls can flip this around by monthly close and close above $59.02, it's going to maintain the bullish control zone, flip back up, take us back into the critical zone. We probably see a pretty significant pump from there. I'm trying to find another instance where we held the bullish control zone and flip back up. I guess there's not one. Same thing with the 2 week, almost fully reset in volatility, 13%. Pivot's getting extremely close. We're going to flip down if we close below $57.35. The significance of turning down in this area is that it's going to be a rejection of the bullish control zone. Just like how on the monthly, if we maintain the bullish control zone, we get a nice pump. If we reject the bullish control zone, probably makes its way to the bearish control zone, and you get a nice little dump from there. Weekly is now deviating the critical zone. We're getting a little red dot of death while we're about to get volatility expansion with momentum pointed heavily down as long as we're closing below $65.88. Now momentum is about to break its way into the bearish control zone.
Seems like Chipotle ate its own self, and now it's going to have to deal with the consequences.
It needs some Chipotle away. 5 day is now expanding on volatility, rejecting the critical zone, red dot of death, making its way into the bearish control zone and pointed down as long as we're below $66.35. 2 day solid volatility expansion, pointed down, breaking into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $61.72. Daily is getting right on the edge. We're deep within the critical zone. Volatility is expanding, and we're gonna stay to the downside as long as we're closing below $57.16. We're 2 cents away from that right now. If bulls can't muster enough strength to push us up by 3 cents, 4 cents in the next 4.5 hours, and they're really some cucked individuals. They're going to be alongside the ADA holders in the hotel chair.
If they can't push the price 4 cents,
Yeah.
or
5 cents, they can't push it up another 5 cents from here, then the hotel chair is reserved for them.
oh no,
Because if they flip momentum up right now, it's not going to be a reversal. It's just going to make it extremely likely that we get that bearish retest around $60, which right now that does line up with the silver cross to the downside. Somewhere around $59 to $60 will be a retest of this 200 SMA after losing it, and also a retest of this 9 EMA after the silver cross to the downside gets confirmed.
Mm.
4-hour right now is still pointed to the downside while we're getting volatility expansion. Makes it a little bit less likely the daily will flip up, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $57.36. All right, so the only time frame that's really still bullish right now are like the super high time frames, like the bi-yearly and the yearly, which I like to see the 6-month bi-yearly pivot sitting right around that area where I'm expecting to see a bounce right around $47, maybe all the way down to $41. But if we do tap $41, I'd like to see it get bought up extremely quickly and close that daily over $48. You go a little bit lower, starting to get bearish. The pivots are going pretty high up, going somewhere around $64, $65 to turn momentum back to the upside. You're getting, but what's beneficial for the bulls is that you're seeing volatility contraction at the same time. Then you go to a little bit lower, you're getting multiple drives of bearish divergence confirmed with possible bearish divergence on the 2-week and the monthly. If those do get confirmed, almost certainly you're going to come back down to $41, $45, maybe $48 on a most bullish case scenario. From there, if it doesn't bounce, probably going to retrace most of this move and go somewhere around $30, maybe even lower. We're getting on the lower time frames, like the daily, we're starting to get possible of the momentum flipping back to the upside. Now we're already over the pivot. We're 2 cents above it right now, 3 cents above it. So if that does get flipped back up, it makes it significantly likely that we retest that silver cross on the daily right around $59 to $60. I expect that to be a rejection as long as we're closing below $65. And then from there to probably go somewhere around $50, get a little bit of bounce, and then eventually towards between that 41 to 48 number. And that is a high probability zone for being the next macro low before making new highs again.
Well, sounds like Chipotle is completely cooked. By the way, I didn't think about the great pun, but
it's overcooked like the steak they serve.
Exactly. It just came out like after you eat Chipotle. I should work on TV. Have you ever watched like a football game on Christmas? They're like, well, that's a present that he brought to his team. They're always using like the cheesiest, most terrible puns. That's my dream job. I hope you guys know that.
I don't watch football, so.
If they hire me to just do the worst jokes on earth, I'm in. I'll do it all day, every day. Right after this, we got Enovix and Roblox.
I'll do Roblox. I gave it a setup for Roblox yesterday.
Oh, very, very nice, sir. Very nice.
The chart that ranges. Let's see if it's still ranging.
It's like the Rivian of the battery industry. Yeah. Alrighty. I'll share this right now. Vamos a ver. Chipotle rápidamente, y perdón, estaba honestamente, por eso me salté el análisis de Bitcoin, estaba en una llamada, una de las llamadas más interesantes de toda mi vida, honestamente. Aprendí muchísimo, obviamente para un negocillo, pero wow, lo que estos tíos me enseñaron. Ok, estamos analizando Chipotle y lo estamos viendo con el HPDR. Los voy a quitar rápidamente para que tengamos la tabla tal cual, limpiecita para todos ustedes. Lista. Ok. Vamos a empezar, obviamente, como siempre, en altas temporalidades, sobre todo la de 3 meses. Vi que Farhat estaba haciendo de 6 meses al principio de esto, entonces vamos a empezar con la de 6 meses. Interesante Wikazo y este punto. No sé por qué tenemos esta zona de interés ya dibujada en el precio de Chipotle. Bueno, tenemos varias. En realidad, ya hemos analizado Chipotle. Estamos por encima del 9, encima del 21, encima del 34. Tenemos este alto y han sido 1 y esta vela faltan 6 meses para cerrar, así que no me preocuparía de nada. Esta vela no significa nada, no me está diciendo absolutamente nada. Tienes esta vela de tope, vamos a ver, temporalidad alta, no tienes un setup de volatilidad, la volatilidad está contrayendo. Nada de qué empezar a brincar y cantar en celebración. Ok, tuvimos esta expansión de volatilidad, pero la volatilidad ya está contrayendo y probablemente vaya a regresar abajo el promedio. Esto no nos da un setup, lo único que nos dice es que esto se acabó tal vez. por acá, y es lo que estamos justamente viendo una vez que la volatilidad se fue de lado, pero este fue un potente cero. Viene del 15%, no, viene el 19%, pero fue suficiente para llevarnos de los $35 hasta los 69. Nice. Ok, lo tenemos por acá. Con eso dicho, vamos a la mensual. En la mensual, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? No me gusta esto, tíos. En la mensual hemos podido holdear el 9 todo este tiempo. Estamos justamente perdiéndolo en este momento. ¿Qué tienes acá? Tienes básicamente esto. Tienes un doble techo, si lo quieres ver así, o tal vez ni siquiera un doble techo. Tienes este alto y un alto más bajo, y ahora estás por acá. Tienes este bajo. Lo que normalmente seguiría, si es que estás en una tendencia bajista, es romper este bajo en los 47.95 a la baja, y no me sorprendería. Interesante. No hay ningún cero de volatilidad. La volatilidad se está contrayendo. Está en 10%, lo que nos pronto voy a poner una línea justamente acá para saber cuando el 15% nos diga que algo se está dando. En esta temporalidad ya voy a empezar a usar nuestro indicador de arcoíris, el HPDR, y vamos a ver qué tenemos. Habíamos salido por acá, por encima de la zona azul, luego caímos, instantáneamente intentamos retestear, lo pueden ver ahí. Intentamos retestear justamente acá, nos rechazó y desde entonces hemos estado abajo de la zona azul. Esta fue una tomada de liquidez final, en mi opinión, y ahora, estando aguantando el 61.8%, nos dice que vamos a tener un viaje gratis mínimo al promedio del 21 en 51.82. Interesante. Eso no nos crearía una destrucción de la estructura alcista. Ese sería el punto crítico para personas ese o el 78.6%. Entre el 51.69 y los 48.84 debería ser tu zona crítica para decir, ok, tiene que aguantar ahí. Si no aguanta ahí, estás ya creando o mínimo expandiendo la destrucción de esta tendencia alcista, porque esta tendencia alcista no la invalidas hasta abajo el 43. Lo único que empezarías es probablemente una reversión de tendencia en esta temporalidad. Ok, vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas. Rápidamente. Ok, volatilidad por debajo del 13%. Va a haber un reseteo. Vamos a ver para dónde expande la volatilidad en este tipo de cosas. Ahorita vamos a ver la semanal. Podemos ver que también la media viene aquí abajo del 64.89, que era un punto crítico para mí, porque aquí tengo una línea meme. Y por ende, me dice que Chipotle podría tener un rebote máximo esta zona y crear un alto más bajo. ¿Lo va a hacer después de crear un bajo más bajo o se va a aguantar acá e irse para acá? Ya habíamos analizado la volatilidad, así que es lo que tenemos por acá, ¿ok? Dicho y hecho, hay algo más que nos dé una pista. No hay ninguna vela que nos diga nada en teorías de velas, no, absolutamente nada. Ok, vamos a ver la semanal, a ver qué nos dice si la volatilidad está expandiendo o no. Volatilidad comienza a intentar expandir en la semanal, lo puedes ver por acá, por arriba del 15%, pero no está por arriba de la línea blanca. La línea blanca es volatilidad, es el promedio de la volatilidad, la línea de colores es la volatilidad, estas barras azules son volatilidad en básicamente nula o 0%, cerca del 0%. Cuando ves barras rojas es que está al 100% a tope. Y ahorita estamos medio por abajo, pero no cuenta la expansión hasta que estemos por encima del promedio del 17, que está en 17.78%. Con eso dicho y hecho, estamos expandiendo o comenzando la volatilidad cambiando y expandiendo en estas velas rojas. Vamos a ver si esto va a continuar. Si va a haber continuación por acá, una vez más, tu primer objetivo va a estar por acá en los 53.99 o esta línea meme en los 51, aunque también la línea meme de los 51 le da un poco más de confluencia, el promedio del 100, que está por el 88.3% en $51 y está llegando por acá el promedio a la línea meme, por lo que esta línea debería de aguantar. Si no aguanta, probablemente nos demos un viaje al S&P 200, pero va a tomar tiempo porque el S&P 200 está al 100% y no sé cuántas veces Chipotle esté al 100% a la baja, casi nunca, una vez, esto que fue el 2020, por supuesto. Entonces, el peor escenario sería la zona de los $40, en mi opinión, viendo esto. Acercándome un poco más, déjame ver la de 5 días. La de 5 días es el cero de volatilidad, que parece que está dándose a la baja, ¿eh? porque expandió acá, cayó bajo el promedio, pero volvió a repuntar y todas estas son velas rojas. Y las de antes, cuando expandió a la alza, fue acá, cayó y ahora son rojas. Puede que, ok, déjame ver la de 3 días. Volatilidad, a nada de expander, pero puedes ver que está la línea blanca, el promedio, justamente encontrándose con volatilidad. Ok, acercándome un poco más, viendo dónde estamos, abajo el 9, abajo el 21, abajo el 34, perdimos el 55, vamos definitivamente al 100, a darnos una vuelta a esta zona de los $54, que es donde debería aguantar, si no tu segunda zona, los 51, y si no, al nepe. Uy, tienes un cruce plateado en progreso a punto de... No, ya se dio. Sí. A la baja. No, todavía no se da. Ok. Tienes un cruce plateado, el 9, el 21 y el 55 están a punto de intercambiar lugares. Tienes la media acá. Toda esta, ¿cómo se dice? Confluencia de promedios junto con la de los largos, el de 100 y 200, cuando se empiezan a juntar todas las bandas, es cuando se viene un movimiento poderoso. Y este movimiento poderoso puede ser a la alza o a la baja. Vamos a ver qué favorece. En mi opinión, está favoreciendo a la baja. Lo puedes ver con la expansión de volatilidad. La expansión de volatilidad acá en esta sesión es esta vela roja. Eso quiere decir que probablemente los 56 son lo que siguen en Chipotle, pero se llega a dar, probablemente rebotemos, vayamos a hacer un nuevo alto más bajo por esta zona en los 60 y de ahí para abajo. No ver la de 4 horas, la de 8 horas. Es un poco de lo mismo exactamente. 60, aunque el área de rechazo podría ser, bueno, de 59 a 60, da igual. Déjame lo veo en la semanal, ¿cómo se vería eso? Y también tienes el promedio del 9 en 60. Por lo que muy probablemente Chipotle está en una tendencia, está teniendo, mínimo, creando una tendencia bajista desde acá. Y va a tener algún momento donde rebote a los 60, donde todo el mundo crea, hicimos un alto más un bajo más alto. Vaya a la zona de los 60, sea rechazado y dar continuación a la baja por ahora. Ya les dije, es bastante sencillo saber qué hacer. Honestamente, queremos que aguanten los 55. Si no aguantan los 55, tu línea en la arena van a ser los 51. Si no aguantas los 51, muy probablemente vayas a perder este mínimo y vayas a crear uno nuevo, continuando esta tendencia bajista. Ahí tienen Chipotle. Ok. Ahora que sigue, Enovix, ¿no?
Are we not going to translate Bitcoin?
Just keep going. I haven't gotten any message about that. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people here that just speaks English. Thank God.
I think so, probably.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What is Enovix done? I haven't looked at this in a while, actually. Let me check the monthly. We'll start there. Throw this off. Let me get the LARP lines off of here. I don't know what we were talking about last time. Clean this chart up a bit. And let's talk about this monthly and last month. So last month's candle, it really wasn't the worst. We got that bounce where we kind of needed to. We talked about this low here that was formed in September. We really absolutely didn't want that low to get taken out. We didn't take the low out. We got a nice expansion. We see that the EMA 21 on the monthly is holding us down, and we would have been looking at that spot already just simply because of that being the next spot after the 9, and just simply that is a good spot that Enovix on the monthly does like to reject or hold, right? And what we see now is we rejected the EMA 21 on the monthly, but we did close back above the 9. This month, pretty insane volatility overall. I mean, from candle open all the way to the top of this wick, that was 48%. That's pretty massive. This is not bullish by any means, though. People will look at this and think it's bullish. I don't think so at all. And why? Because we obviously are almost back under the EMA 21 after blasting through even that $13.29 region. But when viewing this on the monthly, when you get these mega wick ups that just lead to major wick high rejections, you really make it harder for bulls to actually flip the overall monthly trend up, you know, because their objective was to essentially take out, in my opinion, $18.69, or at minimally just hold $17.24, and they failed to even go up to that point. You know, and so now this is going to run the risk of putting in a massive shooting star, and it's going to start really looking like a major lower high on the monthly again. Curious now, let's see how the Bollinger Bands look. Really nothing to talk about on that. I mean, they're not even really pinching. They're just, again, just contracting like they would. We've never really seen this break out or break down, which it makes sense. I mean, this chart, when did it IPO? 2021. So yeah, not too much data, especially when gearing it on a monthly. We see here too that wick high rejection actually perfectly almost tapped the median on the monthly. You know, a big spot to always never disregard when you're testing either that monthly 9 or the monthly median. You know, it's in bull markets, it's rare occasions that you keep testing those. You know, Rivian is, I always say, the chart that just ranges. So it's actually hard to show this example, but generally you want to see the expansion up in the monthly 9, just tread with price up, you know, and then when you get those deeper pullbacks, which do happen in bull markets, that's just a logical spot to look for on like that macro view. So very much so, like the monthly EMA 9, the monthly median too is a major spot. I mean, we got above it on this monthly close, but then we saw that the monthly median shot up again. You know, that's not bullish by any means, because it just, again, makes it harder for bulls to actually reclaim a major level. We see we rejected this level, and it's currently sitting at $15.82, and now we're really close to the bottom of the 38.2% after, you know, this nice impressive pump up of like 41%. Enovix is only up now 6.3%, and it hasn't done too much on the monthly point of view. You know, we'll have to gauge this in 21 days to see, okay, where does it close? But, you know, with this kind of posturing and this candlestick forming early on into the month, you do really run the risk of this just turning into a massive breakdown candle. Losing the EMA 9 on the monthly would be my gauge on this solidifying the lower high on the monthly view. So Enovix in and itself is just still ranging, but still most importantly keeping with the trend. We got expansion here. This tried to turn into some higher low, but as long as we're still under $18 and let me get the exact number, $18.68. Would be nice if it was 69. We still are in that downtrend posturing on the monthly. And you have to still, you know, take that into an account, because the monthly trend still has precedent over like the lower time frame trends. And so let's view the weekly now. We see here that this weekly close is going to be important. This is happening today. You can just simply see, if I turn the rainbow chart off, that anytime we reclaim that EMA 100 and then deviate it, it often just leads to big moves down. From this deviation here, I mean, even just going down from that wick low, that was a 14% candle almost, all the way down. I mean, led us down 34%. You're really, as a bull, going to need this level to actually hold for us. If they can hold that EMA 100, then they can start making the argument of a case where it's flipping into support. But that argument greatly diminishes when you're putting in a massive candle like this on the weekly. This is literally as ugly as it could get. You know, this is a massive shooting star with just like no follow through for bulls, giving us any kind of bounce, and we're already now losing that EMA 100. And this is closing in 4 hours. So unless this somehow miraculously bounces up, flips green, and then gets a closure as like a doji, this is going to turn really ugly for Enovix. And it just kind of solidifies why this wick high that we're forming now, because, right, what we know with shooting stars is the invalidation is just breaking the top of the wick. We'll need to see follow through onto this next week's candle if this is actually going to, you know, play out. It's really solidifying to me that this monthly is turning into some type of lower high, and a lower low is brewing here. We're really running the risk of that, assuming we do break this low at $7.43, which, you know, that's why the trend is still your friend, even if it's down, because at this point, I mean, even at breaking, you know, this low, that's still 36% down. And then actually making, you know, like a lower low break, we're talking about a potential over 50% move on Enovix, which would be pretty detrimental overall. So let's go back to that weekly. That's that's really not a good weekly, honestly. Let me see if there's anything else maybe on volatility. Volatility is still contracting as well. That is an interesting point to see, especially when, you know, we had this nice pump up here. We still see it essentially was just contracting volatility. So that is an interesting point. We'll have to see where that goes. I always like to just mark this out, 15%, just so we have that visual. Once it reaches under 15%, we essentially have a volatility setup on BBWP. Just get it exact. That's close enough. So yeah, this week, today's daily is going to be quite important for bulls, because, you know, if they deviate this just like each time we reclaim it and deviate it, it just usually leads to more downside moves. At minimum, then the next target for me would be, you know, $10.55 to $10.62. Losing the weekly EMA 9 kind of solidifies to me that, yeah, this high is probably going to mark a major high on the monthly, and we're at the very least going to go back down to this meme line and test around here, right around $9.70. But, you know, at that point, and if we get the follow through with the shooting star and the monthly still in a downtrend, we're really going to run the risk of breaking down actually and going much lower. You know, lower to me, if we lose this $9.30 is closer to that $7.66. But with what we know with that monthly trend often gives us those lower lows, I don't see why, honestly, Enovix wouldn't go back down and at the very least test, you know, right around the 78.6% at $6.20, if not lower even. You know, that's kind of what we're dealing with when you know, overall this is in a very aggressive downtrend. I'm curious. We can see the 38.2% is right at $7.59, close to the meme line here, just like the bottom support before we get that big gap down. I'm curious to see if we've lost the blue zone and broke down. Yeah, we see that in this occurrence here. You know, from that point, that led us down 29%. That's where we hit that $5 region, and we bounced off the yellow. Yeah, I mean, right around the $5.71, you know, right around the 88.3%. But, you know, at this point, with still volatility resetting on the weekly, especially, you are going to run the risk of this. Once this does possibly lose this weekly EMA 100, which is closing today, this could be what sparks, you know, the next move down at least to the weekly 9, and then losing that most likely takes us down to that median, which luckily for us is lining up right around, you know, this channel. This will obviously update tonight when this closes, but again, just no matter how you look at Enovix right now, you're really gonna need to hold above, especially, you know, $11.70 today. You know, we see here today, we potentially are going to retest that EMA 9 on the 2-day. You know, just an area that's been holding us on this move up. So again, just logical point on why Enovix is going to need to start seeing a bounce here soon, or it's going to really invalidate the chart, and we're most likely going to end up going lower. You know, right around where the cluster of the daily 9 is right around where that EMA 100 is. Let me just make sure that is correct. We see here. Now it was right around where the 34 is, the daily 34 and the daily EMA 21 and the median. Again, it's right around where that EMA 100 is, right around $10.60. It's going to be, again, just a big point on the chart on why, if we end up not holding, call it like the daily 9, and we end up going back down to like $10.60, $10.70, it's going to be the area that you're going to need to hold. You know, but we would already be watching that simply because of where the weekly 9 was. That's what I was trying to get to, not the daily 9. It was the weekly 9. So, yeah, I mean, Enovix isn't looking the best. I'd be very cautious of this breakdown, not only because it's starting to look like a monthly lower high, but also we see this volatility expansion on the 3-day. You know, and it's actually, this is the first time we've ever had zero volatility on BBWP on the 3-day and actually start expanding, meaning that this is the lowest volatility read we've ever had recorded on BBWP on Enovix chart, which is pretty insane actually. And we're only at right now 30%. You know, this easily can still go up. We know that this can hit extremes on BBWP. Let me see the second lowest volatility read. I'd have to say it was, yeah, back in March. You know, and back in March, we essentially, let me see how much we moved up here. We'll take it from here. Take it from there. Yeah, I mean, we moved up like 50%, and you know, I believe it was 21 days. I think that's what it's telling me. Let me actually be exact here. In 43 days, we moved up 50%. So that's very impressive, actually. That means every day you're making over 1% on this in gains. But now, you know, on that, we actually have a lower volatility setup. And as it stands, you know, if we really start losing, like I said, that $10.60 region, this is really going to be in favor of bears. And it already is looking that way, especially just based on the posturing of the weekly. You know, this weekly, like I said, it's going to determine a lot. For Enovix bulls here, lose this EMA 100, good chance we're going to go to that $10.60. What I just showed on the daily, the 2-day, and the 3 days, there's lots of confluence right around that $10.60 on why that area is going to need to hold. If you start really losing that, especially on like a daily, 2-day, and 3-day, yeah, I mean, you're going to really run the risk then of going back down under $10. And then just like what I keep saying, the trend still has precedent, especially like on a monthly. And a lower low just could be brewing. Overall, yes, the 2-day EMA 9 still holding, but we're still SFPing that $11.90 zone. Just not a good vibe. We always just would want that zone to hold. It's never a good vibe to SFP that. So, you know, if this 2-day EMA 9 holds, expect some kind of reaction there. We probably rally back up here to $11.90, but then you should be looking for some kind of retest, like a bearish retest, similar to like what we got here. We dumped down to the 2-day EMA 9, we bounced from it, rejected it, bounced from it, didn't lead to anywhere. We got a breakdown and then came all the way back up and rejected the $11.90 before having the bigger breakdown. You know, so as long as we're under that $11.90 and the weekly is losing that EMA 100, I don't see why this would, you know, stop here in the breakdown. And it seems to me, the more I look at this, like $10, the mid $10 region seems very likely, and that's going to be the big zone for Enovix. You know, for essentially bulls to either recover it there and try to grind out some higher low here, you know, and then miraculously break this major wick high that we're forming on the weekly, the monthly, and even the 12-hour here. Or, you know, we just break down and that was it. This is a good example on shooting stars. You got this on the 12-hour and then you see the follow through, right? So any short around here with the stop up here, yes, you have to kind of really gauge where that rejection is going to be. That's why they're often easy to play. And they're actually one of my favorite reversal candles because, you know, when you get this major wick high rejection, they just kind of give you an obvious stop loss. Like, you know, there's no reason to have a stop loss close to like $17. If you know we're probably going to squeeze if you break this wick high rejection, that's why you generally do see the follow through. So I think that it's just a good example right here. So yeah, I mean, watch today's weekly. It's going to be really important. There's really not much else to say. I don't think I gave bulls much hopium on this, but granted, you know, there isn't too much to be bullish on, especially when we're getting these massive volatility setups. And the weekly EMA 100 is now getting lost currently. So, you know, gauge this today. Losing this kind of can guide your bias on if we rally up to this zone, watch for a rejection. And then just really watch carefully the cluster here, right around $10.50 to $10.60. If we lose that, then, you know, it's really going to start looking like we're actually going to test that weekly median. And then that, to me, makes a lot of sense to just be watching carefully because of just where we're at in the chart. If you start losing this, then yeah, it's going to really look like we're going to first go to $8.50, but ultimately lead back down to $7. And then at that point, if we're at $7, I don't see why bears wouldn't, you know, just take us forward, take us all the way home and actually break, you know, the lows here at $5 and possibly move all the way down to like $4 to $3. It'd be pretty insane. But, you know, that's kind of what we're dealing with now overall. So Enovix not looking the best, I will just say. Not the best.
I'll keep a close eye on this motherfucker. This is one of my favorite ones. I'm just patiently waiting to be a trillionaire, Alex. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If you would have put $100 on Enovix when it started in 2021, you would have probably like 50. I love when people go like, if you would have put $100 in 1921 on GE, you would have $1 million today. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. If only in trading was that simple.
I know. I wish. All righty. So I know Farhan's doing Roblox, and afterwards we got Nvidia.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
Lots of stocks today. Ok, vamos a ver Enovix rápidamente, una de mis favoritas, lo saben ustedes, ahí anda el tío Salo metido, de tonto. Vamos a ver la trimestral. Wow. Bueno, todavía faltan 2 meses y 22 días para esta vela trimestral. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. Lo hemos estado por encima 1, 2, y esta vez no hemos podido, pero está aquí en los 12.56. Interesante. ¿Tenemos algún setup de volatilidad? No, estamos en extremos en volatilidad, pero estos extremos normalmente vienen después. Un segundo. Interesante que no encontré nada. Podemos ver que a través del tiempo hemos estado dentro de este triángulo, básicamente. Enovix salió a la venta en el 2021, salió a la venta en 13.61 y ahorita está cotizando en 11.56. Así que si entraste desde el principio, a menos de que hayas comprado en el tope en 28, no, bueno, el tope está aquí arriba, está en los casi $40. A menos de que hayas hecho eso, no deberías tener de nada que preocuparte. Si compraste en cualquier zona por acá del 2022 para adelante, deberías estar bien parado si has estado acumulando. Hemos estado encontrando resistencia con esta línea diagonal que va para abajo, lo pueden ver. Tenemos estos altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y vamos a ver si esta vela trimestral nos va a dar un alto más bajo también. Aunque tenemos este bajo y bajos más altos, que es mínimo lo que nos empieza a dar esperanza, este triangulito justamente de presión, que en realidad justamente debería estar expandiendo a la alza o a la baja en esta vela. O sea, esta vela va a ser completamente, nos va a decir qué exactamente es lo que está pasando. En la mensual, vamos a ver la mensual. Velas toperas le funcionan a Enovix, lo pueden ver acá, esta vela topera por encima del promedio del 34, que es esa línea blanca, rechazo, ¡pum! Y caímos. Ahora estamos creando otra de estas velas, pero faltan todavía 21 días y 4 horas para cerrarla. El promedio del 9 está en los 10.65, que es justamente donde está esta línea blanca, meme. Estamos justamente por encima del promedio del 21 ahorita todavía. Encima del promedio del 9, estamos siendo rechazados por el 34, pero solamente hemos tenido 2 cierres por encima del 34 en toda la historia de Enovix en la mensual. ¿Hay algún setup de volatilidad? No, la volatilidad está contrayendo, está por debajo del promedio y va al punto más bajo. Así que el movimiento más agresivo que hemos visto en Enovix está cocinándose en este momento. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver que justamente estamos por encima del promedio de las 9, que es las 11:20. Bien, un segundo. En la mensual siempre decimos, si estamos por encima del 9, debería de ser alcista, pero estamos entre el 21. Debería de también poder aguantar esto. Ok. Solamente para mí. Para los datos del tío Salo. Debo tener una libreta de viejito, ¿no? Ok, vamos acercándonos. Tenemos la de 2 semanas. ¡Wow! ¡Qué vela tan horrenda! Y aparte empieza a aparecer el promedio de los 100. Perdimos el 55 y ya. Aquí es donde empieza a haber cosas interesantes. No tenemos un setup de volatilidad, por lo que lo voy a quitar. Pero aquí tenemos cosas interesantes. Tenemos el 9 y el 21 y tenemos el 34 acá. Estamos viendo cómo el precio está regresando. Vean, el precio, siempre les digo, cuando tienes un breakout, el precio está por acá, intenta llegar, toca, rechaza, toca, rechaza, toca, se vuelve a caer, luego a veces toca, cae y sale, ¿no? Básicamente esto es lo que no queremos ver ahorita. ¿Qué estamos ahorita viendo? Estamos justamente en el escenario donde esto podría ser el rebote y vámonos para arriba. Podría ser, podría ser. La tendencia en general, la gente diría que es bajista porque estás creando un alto más bajo, pero en realidad creaste un alto más alto que este. Ahora, lo hiciste también acá. Este y después este. Pero tienes este mínimo, mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto. La idea más o menos es básicamente no perder esta zona de los 736. Pero cuando te acercas un poco más en la semanal, quiero que vean esto. Esto, ¿no? El pinche dibujo que le... Quiero que vean esto en la semanal. Tenemos todos los promedios acá, justamente alrededor de los 10, 18. No me sorprendería ver a Enovix poder caer a esta zona, consolidar y de acá dar una reventada a la alza. Pero si llegamos a perder en general esta zona a la baja, no se va a ver nada bien. Nada bien. Por ahora en la semanal y tenemos setups de volatilidad. No, la volatilidad también está contrayendo, que es el punto más bajo en el que ha estado. Efectivamente, la volatilidad en la semanal también está en el punto más bajo en el que ha estado en toda la historia. Así que eso es algo que mantener en mente. Vamos a la de 3 semanas. La de 3 semanas. Bueno, no, en real, espérame. Vamos a poner una línea acá en el 15% para contar cuándo comenzó a expandir la volatilidad. Ahí está. No, en esta vela verde, en realidad. La vela roja. Interesante. Porque, Farhan, I have a question, or Alex, or both. I see volatility right here expanding over 15%.
Yeah.
The first count is right here, where the vertical line is. That's a green dildo, but then there's a gigantic, massive dildo that's red, but volatility still pushing forward.
Yep. It can do that where volatility starts expanding on one move, but then it continues expanding in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Where the initial expansion is dropped.
Like it can shift in favor of bears and bulls
at the same time, no matter. Yeah. Okay. So in one move, in a single dash, basically can just do that. Okay.
And that's
why the trend comes first before volatility.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I was emphasizing the monthly trend still being down, and just the importance of holding, that $10.50. Because if we don't hold that, then the 3 days now bearish because we're losing all the moving averages, but most importantly, the EMA 100. And then the weekly today is really going to be important because if the weekly loses that EMA 100, it's just going to start shifting the daily, the 2 day, the 3 day to be more bearish. And when the weekly's already brewing a volatility setup and the 3 days expanding, you really run the risk of all that just bleeding into a bearish scenario.
Especially because volatility is at the lowest point it's ever been on the 3 day, on the weekly too, even though it didn't create a zero. It's the lowest it's ever been. And I believe in the 2 week as well.
2 week. Yeah, 2 week is questionable. It seems like on this next close, it definitely could be on the lowest because the lowest, it is just like literally basing on the previous lowest read back in February, January. Very interesting. I didn't even notice on the weekly though at all.
And also on the monthly, it's at the lowest point ever.
Yeah, and we're also we were watching for us to break back above the moving average since technically we are still above 15%, but you can just see we slightly even rejected it. So it's still contracting even, but yeah, it is at the lowest reads. Enovix to me is looking like, it's really looking like it wants to break
nuke.
Down. Yeah, pretty bad.
It wants to mega motherfucking nuke. But then I would expect Rivian to do the same. Because literally, look at this chart right now and open the Rivian chart on your phone, the weekly. Oh, I'm sorry, on your computer. And you tell me this is not the same fucking chart. It's identical.
Yeah, it is actually.
I really don't understand why or how, but it's identical. I don't know which one's taking the lead.
Very similar to Japan in August 9th of 1945.
A Nagasaki setup?
Exactly.
That's what seems to be brewing right now.
And
Holy shit.
Granted, you are right though. Like Rivian is at an important spot. Like it needs to hold the 13, basically above 13, like 70 cents. Yeah. If it starts losing that, then Rivian will start breaking down more. For sure. So
it's fucking odd, but here we are. Sirs. Thank you so much for that clarification. I had no idea. Now I can share what you just said. Vale, algo que acabo de aprender es que la volatilidad puede validar un movimiento así, pero recuerda, siempre le vas a dar en tu análisis técnico preferencia a la tendencia. Eso va antes que la dirección de la volatilidad. Aunque tengas esta expansión de volatilidad, si la volatilidad continúa expandiendo aún más, le va a dar preferencia al siguiente movimiento, que es justamente este. Entonces, la expansión de volatilidad, siempre y cuando lo continúe haciendo, le da a Enovix empuje a la baja. Interesante. Estamos perdiendo el S&P 200 y acá de nuevo es donde nos vamos a encontrar con todos nuestros promedios, incluyendo el del 9. Vamos a ver cómo se ve la diaria. Y en la diaria también, a los 10.30, esta zona es crucial. Si Enovix pierde esta zona en los 10.30 hasta los 10.36, esto puede cocinarse, sobre todo viendo que tienes esta vela topera y luego tienes absolutamente seguimiento en esta y también esta vela. Si esta zona no aguanta, ahí quedó. Ahí lo tienes, básicamente eso. Pones una línea acá, pon 10.35. Si pierdes 10.30, es más, no voy a poner 10.35. Si pierdes 10.41 para abajo, esto no va a pintar nada bien y vas a tal vez tener más oportunidades a la baja para comprar Enovix. Alrighty, holy shit. Interesting. Roblox, Mr. Farhan. Farhan.
All right, so the Academy short is currently in profit. Beautiful, mashallah.
Let's go.
The entry was at
Nice.
$62. The reason why I gave it is because if you look at here on the HPDR, the rainbow chart, the LGBT chart, I don't know if y'all name for it, the LGBT chart. We have a test of this 95% range on the HPDR and the 97.5%. So probabilities are significantly against us continuing from here. Significantly much more likely that it ends up rejecting from this point and gets a little bit of a pullback. When you switch over to the quarterly, we tap the 100% on the HPDR, on the LGBT chart. So because you have a 0% chance of continuation there, it makes it significantly more likely that you're going to end up getting that pullback. So I based that Academy short off of the monthly, off of the HPDR, where since we're getting a rejection from here, and we very likely close below that 95%, the entry was at 62. And the first target is somewhere around this 5 EMA. Right now, the 5 EMA is sitting at just below $54 at $53.95. From there, below that is going to be around the 88.3%, which is about $52.46. Below that is around the 9 EMA and the 78. Around like $50 for that nice round psychological level. And from here is where we very likely, somewhere between this 9 EMA and this 5 EMA is where we find our next higher low, while these ranges while we wait for these HPDR ranges to step up. Because if they don't step up, it's much more likely that we end up going down and sideways while they do step up. And then after we see them go up to the move back up and we see this blue 38.2% catch up to where price is, then we can expect to see continuation from there because the trend has reversed. We've gone from a monthly downtrend to an uptrend. Here's where our previous lower highs were. We closed significantly above them, made another higher low, and then we made another higher high. So now right now, what we're waiting for is to get another higher low. And eventually, once we do find that higher low, I think we're going to test next somewhere around this $70 to $74 zone to test this previous lower high. If you can get above there, I'll draw a little meme line on there. If you can get above this area at $73.71, then you're very likely to test current all-time high, somewhere around $141. But until that's happened, it's going to be a little bit of it's going to be an idea, and we're going to have to wait until we get the confirmation. Switch down a little bit lower, but first go to momentum. The same thing with the monthly momentum now is we hit 100% along with volatility hitting 100%. Now we're starting to shift down from hitting 100% on both volatility and momentum, giving it much more of a bias in the favor of a pullback than not. 2 week now is putting in a pretty nasty shooting star candle. We're projecting this 95%. We're just barely slightly over this 88.3 right now, while 2 week is leaving us a fresh slope across the upside. So what we usually get after that we confirm the silver cross, and then especially rejecting our extreme areas on the HPDR, is we get a pullback, and with this silver cross we can get an idea of where that pullback will go to. Very likely somewhere around this 9 EMA. 9 EMA right now sits at right about $55. $54, $55. If we go back to the monthly, $54, $55 is right below our 5 EMA. Increases the probabilities that that 5 EMA on the quarterly will hold, which will go to about TP1 on the Academy short. If you lose this 5 EMA though, then you're very likely to retest the top 38.2%, which lines right up with this 55 EMA. At that point, the silver cross is going to be very much into jeopardy. Very likely not going to play out at that point unless you get a major significant bounce off the 55 EMA. That level is about like $46. Yeah, $46.53. And if you losing that would also lose this 38.2%. That would take you to the bottom 38.2% and basically erase this entire round where we flip into a monthly uptrend. That bottom 38.2% is at $35. Much more likely that doesn't happen. More likely to find a higher low somewhere around this 9 EMA, and then continue back up to test this top meme line at $73.71. That's a pretty significant move. Like first you would have caught the short from $62 to about here, which is about 11% down. And then that move from there back to that meme line is about 35% back up. Not too bad, not too bad. Momentum on the 2 week is still pointing to the upside, but it's getting to very extreme areas. It's at 91, almost 92%. Volatility is doing the same thing. And since we're getting a rejection candle right at the 95%, very likely on this next 2 week candle, momentum and volatility start to shift down. Where the whole move to the downside is very likely going to be off the back of contracting volatility. And once volatility resets and the ranges step up, then we can get volatility expansion, where momentum will start to flip back to the upside and support the move back to that meme line at $73. Weekly ranges have stepped up a little bit, but we're still rejecting the 78.6%, while momentum is still kind of to the upside. It's just crossing over the moving average right now. Volatility is still pointed up. So if we do get a continued push to the upside from here, we would probably, first we would have to get a close above $63.58. Then we'd be targeting somewhere around $64.50. And that area is very likely going to be significant resistance. Probably ends up rejecting there because it'll take us back towards our 97%, 100% on the higher time frames in HPDR. And then probabilities will come into play, and you're very unlikely to close out that. Let's see if we're getting any divergence. This high is about 59, 60. Yeah, so there is some slight bearish divergence between these points while momentum is making a lower high. To confirm that bearish divergence, we'd have to close below $57.02. That would take us very likely towards that $54 number, which would tap our 5 EMA on the, I believe it was the monthly 5 EMA. Same setup on the 5-day, where the ranges have stepped up. We have possible bearish divergence, but it's not confirmed yet until we close below that 57.02 number. 2-day is now bouncing back up, regaining the positive area. We're now over the median. We opened above it, which is something not exactly what bears want to see. See it open above the median, but on the opposite hand, we're getting a sharp rejection of this top 38.2%. We only have 3.5 hours left to go. If we do close below this 38.2%, what's likely to happen is this median is going to move up. We're going to be below it again, and then we'd have probabilities of coming to this bottom 38.2%. And would you look at that, $54.55, right along our monthly 5 EMA. Daily is also flipping to the upside, just about to test the edge of the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up to support it. We are now rejecting getting out of the blue 38.2%. We're getting a pretty sharp rejection, shooting to our candle as well. And we're still rejecting getting out of 38.2%. 3.5 hours to go is assuming we close below $61.60. Probabilities are that we end up breaking down from there. And since volatility is coming from such low levels, we're expanding from literally 0%. Probabilities are we come back down to retest this 55 EMA. That's right at $54, right? Also with our monthly 5 EMA. Four hours now shifting down on momentum after deviating the bullish control zone. Volatility is coming to pretty low levels, sitting at 12.33%. We're bouncing currently off of our 21 EMA and median. We want to see where this median moves to. If the median does move up and goes over price action, volatility is going to start expanding to the downside, where momentum is already pointed down. That takes us towards somewhere around the 100 EMA. Right now, the 100 is sitting at $55, just above our monthly 5 EMA. Now the only thing we need more is to have Jim Cramer come out as bullish on Roblox.
Just to add confluence to the analysis.
Yep, then we know the Academy short, maybe even TP2 and 3 will hit.
Well, it might be the most profitable short in all of history, if that's the case.
People in the Academy are going to get rich as fuck. On the monthly, we still have hidden bullish divergence active. There's no local top yet. The way to invalidate that divergence would be to close below about $47.95. And our next target from that divergence, considering we still have volatility expansion to support it, would be the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits about $10 above that mean line at $83.64. And notably, this to invalidate the monthly divergence, it would still be above our target of $54. It's about like $6 above our target of $54, or $6 below our target of $54. 2 week now has many drives to confirm regular bullish divergence. To invalidate that divergence, we'd have to close below $57.02. We've already hit the critical zone, so if we were to tap it again, the next tap of the critical zone brings us almost exactly to that meme line, which is at $73. Target would be $75.30. Nothing on the weekly. 5-day now has 3 drives confirmed regular bearish divergence. To invalidate it, you'd have to close above $63.58. The next target after that bearish divergence is going to be the simple moving average, and below that is going to be the bullish control zone. The simple moving average right now sits at $56.36, right above that monthly 5 EMA, giving a lot of support in that zone. It's possible for us to wick below it and then end up closing above it, which would be basically exactly what the bulls want to see. Like the stars would have aligned, probably spring off that area towards $73, and probably goes there pretty aggressively too. 3-day. 2-day now has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $57.02. Next target off of that divergence, but we're getting the divergence off of contracting volatility. We need to get a closure above about $62.58 for this volatility to start expanding, and then we can target the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is a beautiful $73.22, right at that mean line. Daily also has hidden bullish divergence. Now the daily is starting to expand on volatility. While price action is kind of moving to the downside, we want to see a close over $63.58. That'll then target us the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone on daily is at a nice $69.41.
How classy.
Beautiful.
Classic confluence.
Interesting how a children's game is giving us a number of 69. I guess any adults who are playing this game probably need to have their hard drives checked.
Something, at least, yeah.
On the 4 hour, we're about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence off this high right here, which is the RSI made a lower high. We're going to confirm that divergence as long as we're closing below $61.42. And the first target off of the divergence would be first this simple moving average, then the middle zone, and then the bearish control zone. Right now, the simple moving average is at $59.86, and the middle zone is at about $58.75. Then the bearish control zone, which is kind of likely considering that volatility is only at 65%, it's about $55.35. Right above that monthly 5 EMA. All right. Monthly momentum is still to the upside, and it's going to stay up as long as we're closing above $57.42, which wouldn't really invalidate it if we came down to $54, $55 at that monthly 5. We got a strong bounce there, spring off of that zone, and then close over $57.42. That would give us exactly what we need to spring up towards that $73 meme line. 2 week is now freshly about to turn back up to the upside, assuming we close in the next day, 7 days and 4 hours above $59.85. Weekly is also pointed up right now with volatility contracting though, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $60.86. 5 days about to cross down, volatility is contracting, so more likely that this is a correction in a higher low versus an actual breakdown. And we do have a little gap right here, which kind of does need to be filled. Probably doesn't get filled though. Probably this gap gets used as a trap. And the momentum pivot to flip us down right now is about $62.51. 2 days now almost fully contracted on volatility. While momentum is pointing to the downside, or it's going to turn down, we're going to test the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to turn down as long as we're closing below $61.73. Daily is still pointed up with volatility expansion. We're about to test the edge of the critical zone. Somewhere around this critical zone is where this becomes much harder to keep momentum to the upside, and probably this number goes up significantly. Also, we're making higher highs than we did in this zone over here, while momentum is significantly lower. So that puts potential bearish divergence on the daily. The target of that divergence, if it gets confirmed, it would be confirmed with a close below $59.96. It would be somewhere around this 55 EMA, right at $55 to high $44. I mean $54. Four hours now freshly flew down on momentum with volatility still expanding. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $62.77. So if you go all the way to the monthly, which gave my bias for the short, is that we got to very extreme levels on the LGBT chart, aka the HPDR, where we got to the 95%, 97.5%, and then you go to the quarterly and we're hitting 100%. This makes it probabilities heavily in your favor that you would get a pullback from there. Targeting somewhere around that monthly 5 EMA is TP1, and then 9 EMA is TP2. We're getting momentum starting to shift down. On the 4 hour, we're getting possible drives of bearish divergence. On the daily, we're getting confirmed bearish divergences on some other higher, like multi-day daily timeframes. And those would also give confluence with a target of somewhere around $55, $54. The bearish idea is invalidated if we close the daily above $63.58. So that happens, and we probably spring up towards 73. What I'm looking for right now is a retest of somewhere around $54 for that monthly 5 EMA. While the ranges step up, and then we can use that as a spring to go towards $73, close over $73, and probably goes to all-time highs somewhere around $140.
Very, very nice, senor. Thank you so much. We're going to do Nvidia right now and then Meta for you, Mr. Farhan, so we can see what Uncle Mark Zuckerberg's up to. Apparently,
no more
censorship. No more censorship. Incredible. What a turn of events. What a great guy.
We saw how Mark copied Twitter with threads. Now he's copying them with no censorship.
Well, yeah. Well, let me tell you something, kid. He's still censoring the living fuck out of everyone, except now he's just telling everyone he's not. And he's also adding community notes on top of it. So
the secret is lying.
And the secret to the sauce of Mark Zuckerberg is being a lying fucking scumbag. But hey, you gotta give it to him. He's made almost $300 billion doing that. So good for him.
And now he looks significantly more human.
Can I also tell you something? I love that he goes, oh yeah, President Biden, like the policymakers have been going on like against us. Now we're gonna go against them. You're the one who gave him $400 million, dude. You are the one who tells everyone what to do. Cut the fucking bullshit.
He deleted everything about Hunter Biden's laptop from Facebook.
No, what, dude, absolutely. And as someone who's been on social media since its fucking inception, Facebook platforms have the most predatory AI you've ever seen. You say anything bad about the dude, like he demonetized all of my pages on Facebook. He demonetized all of my reels. He absolutely is crushing the reach of my videos. Like he's a monster. But the good thing is he lets like 100 people watch him so that you feel like, oh, it's just people are not interested in my content anymore. Everywhere else he's popping except in these platforms. He's a fucking piece of shit. And he knows when you're making jokes. Like I made a joke about making like with the F word. Fucking took it down and was like, nope. I also said Gavin Newsom is allowing people to steal $1,000, $950 in California every day. He took it as false and misinformation. And now Elon Musk is posting it all day. Yeah, Gavin Newsom. Like he's the big Mark Zuckerberg, from my own experience, not for anything else, the biggest piece of shit in the fucking world. That's it. Thank you, everyone.
Did you see that one store in California that raised the price of everything to $960 with the coupon at the register?
Yeah, but and by the way, that doesn't work. Well, now we'll see what happens, but yeah, bad all around. All righty, boys. Estamos viendo Roblox, la plataforma favorita de los niños para dejar a sus papás completamente en la quiebra. Así es, donde ordenan algo con tu tarjeta de crédito y no puedes hacer nada, te la pelas, perdiste todo tu dinero. Roblox empezó a cotizar en enero del 2021, tuvo un máximo histórico, me acuerdo perfecto, de 141 y ahora está cotizando en 61. Nada mal, 50% abajo, un poco más de 50% abajo, pero buena recuperación y pueden ver acá el patrón también, ¿no? De esta recuperación. Volatilidad no nos dice absolutamente nada, está en el punto más bajo que ha estado en toda la historia, que es 75%, y eso es básicamente solamente la trimestral. Estamos creando nuevos mínimos más altos desde el principio, nunca volvimos a tocar los 21, el siguiente mínimo fueron 24 y de ahí fueron 29 y hemos podido continuar creando mínimos más altos y también altos más altos. El alto más alto que habíamos tenido antes eran 53 y ahora estamos básicamente tocamos los $63, una excelente zona para Enovix. Digo, para Roblox, estoy en la mierda. La volatilidad está expandiendo junto con el precio, lo podemos ver acá exactamente en la mensual. No venimos del 15%, pero venimos del punto más bajo de volatilidad que ha tocado, que son 30%. Y estamos viendo al precio expandir. Interesante. El promedio del 9 ya por fin está por encima del 34. Esto indica también más fuerza en el movimiento que estamos viviendo en este momento en Roblox. Y voy a prender mi HPDR para ver dónde estamos en todos estos niveles. Calentitos. Mandamos una alerta de la academia para todos ustedes en corto para esta acción solamente por este gráfico. Porque una vez que estás acá tienes que estás en el 100%. Cuando llegas al 100% tienes que tener una corrección. Y esta corrección se mandó desde el 63 al 61. Ahí va. Y creemos que todavía puede haber más jugo en esta jugada. Sobre todo cuando ponemos el promedio del 5. Creemos que el precio puede venir a consolidar por esta zona justamente donde está la línea meme blanca. La pueden ver por ahí. Voy a quitar el promedio del 5 que nunca lo uso para nada. Pero ahí lo tienen en la mensual. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas que nos enseña este gráfico. Ok, la de 2 semanas tiene todavía campo para correr. Esto es bueno. Simplemente nos está diciendo y pueden ver la media, la potente subida que ha tenido. Esto es bastante alcista. Los rangos están subiendo, pero tiene que ver un poco de consolidación. Es lo que estamos justamente viviendo en este momento con Enovix, con Roblox. Me lleva la chingada. No puede ser que no lo pueda decir. El promedio del 9 está por debajo del 21. Aquí vamos a estar alertas para ver cuándo va a ser el primer cruce de estos en 2 semanas. Y vamos a ver si lo podemos hacer el front run con, ¿cómo se llama? Con la semanal, pero mínimo no tenemos un setup de volatilidad en la de 2 semanas. En la semanal, ¿qué tenemos? En la semanal estamos justamente en la parte del 61.8%, buscando ir al 78.6%. Tuvimos ese rechazo. Este es un pre-front run de esto, y esto simplemente nos podría dar la oportunidad de venir a visitar el promedio del 5, que está, si no es el promedio del 5, diría la parte alta de la zona azul, que está justamente en los 55.94. Y habíamos dicho que la volatilidad acá no está contrayéndose. Interesante. Es una vela estilo topera más o menos, pero no tanto porque tiene, no, en realidad no la consideraría topera. Tres días. Ok, aquí es donde empezamos a ver la fiesta y podemos ver que probablemente sí vayamos a visitar esta zona. La parte, o si no rebotamos en los 57, más o menos, vamos a ir a visitar el promedio del 21, que está en 54, o la zona azul, la parte baja en 52.64. No creo que lleguemos hasta acá. Personalmente creo que deberíamos de responder por acá en los 55, 56, pero vamos a ver qué nos dice la diaria. La diaria nos pone estos ejemplos. Sí, personalmente no lo creo. O sea, no te vas a ir al promedio del 100 de la nada cuando todo está tan alcista. Estamos creando altos más altos, bajos más altos. Y para poder continuar, no queremos perder la zona de los 57, por lo que, no, en realidad tu continuación alcista sería en los 55. Siempre y cuando no perdamos los $55, esto va a continuar. Creemos que puede dar continuación en la mensual, sobre todo cuando vemos el gráfico mensual. Creemos que en lo que pasa todo este tiempo, estos niveles van a subir y va a dar camino a que pueda seguir y dar continuación a este movimiento. Por ahora, Roblox está en una situación bastante interesante, donde tiene cara de que quiere subir con absolutamente toda la fuerza del mundo. Vamos a ver, debería poner una línea meme por acá, como de que no, bueno, la voy a poner acá para agarrarme los mínimos. Sí, yo diría que justamente tu zona de oportunidad va a ser por acá, en los 57, $58. Si entraste en el corto, bien, ahí está. Y para volver a hacer long y agregar a tu posición, esta es la idea. Simplemente con eso. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Roblox. Ahora vamos a ir con Nvidia, y no la que tiene tu prima, la hermana tetona. ¿Ok?
Nvidia, let's see what's going on. So last I was looking at Nvidia, you know, we got this channel breakdown. We went straight to the daily EMA 100, a logical bounce down in confluence, that $129, $130 zone. That it's basically, we'll call it $130. It's a very major level for Nvidia. It's essentially flipping these highs, something that Nvidia has been essentially unable to do, that 130 zone, actually holding it and reclaiming it. Really not been able to do that. We essentially keep deviating it. Whenever we deviate, that generally leads to a big move down. Now what we see is we actually reclaim that. We're holding above it. On this move down, yes, it was aggressive, but we just essentially back tested that level and got a nice bounce. Now what we see is Nvidia is looking slightly corrective to me. As long as we're under that daily 9, there's a really good chance that we're actually going to test $131, $131 to $132 region, close to that daily EMA 100 and the meme line again. We essentially want to see that daily EMA 100 hold for any kind of upside, you know, continuation essentially. Let me throw the trend wave catalyst on the daily. Lower high, boom, boom, boom. Okay, so we see here we did break the last lower high. So Nvidia essentially now needs to get a bounce here fairly soon. What we don't want is us to lose that daily EMA 100, roll over, and come all the way back down, especially testing these lows. If we actually do that and test these lows, what this will look like on this rally up is that, you know, Nvidia essentially, let me just make sure, let me see the high here, that was at 152.89. 153. Yeah, I mean, so essentially what we have here is Nvidia is trying to trend shift here on the daily and even the weekly after breaking this high. you're now just really going to need to see this low hold, or it's going to really run the risk of Nvidia rolling over, breaking that next higher low that should hold, and then actually flipping the weekly into a downtrend again, which leads to a range breakdown. Very, very simply put, if this 130 doesn't hold, we're going to break this. We're going to run the lows essentially that was formed on December 16th. And there's going to be a really good chance of us going at minimum to $124, if not lower, closer to that $117 zone. So Nvidia needs to get a bounce here soon. For me now, what I'm gauging is simply what I said in the beginning. That daily EMA 100 seems like an easy zone to gauge, especially when we know it's sitting right around $132. And we know that daily weekly EMA 21 is right around $132 as well. We are losing that weekly 9. That'll not be the best sign, in my opinion, that weekly 9 on Nvidia really does like to hold when we're in bull market territory. And then once it does get lost, it generally likes to quickly get bought up and reclaimed. We see here got lost, and then it got quickly bought up and reclaimed. You're just essentially going to want to see that hold, or it's going to give us the next target being that $131. And at that point, we're already only a few dollars away from testing the low here that was formed, in December 16th. You really are going to want to see this EMA 21 hold on the weekly, which is right around where that daily EMA 100 is. That's simply put how Nvidia chart where it needs to hold essentially. If we end up losing this zone, the weekly EMA 21 is going to get lost. And then at that point, we really have to start looking at a lot lower, possibly right around that $120 region. But we're kind of at the last stand on the weekly if that doesn't hold. And we also see that the weekly is giving us a volatility setup with 2 zero reads on volatility on the weekly, telling us that, yeah, a big move is brewing on Nvidia. We see last time we had this kind of volatility setup was all the way here in 2021. Oh, well, let me turn that down. Where did my chart go? Hold on, having some technical difficulties. Let me just go back. The back button can be your friend in times like that. We see here there's only been a few occurrences, in the past few years. The last one from the 2021 being all the way in 2014. So actually, this is really the only occurrence where we had zero volatility read, and that essentially did bring us up. Let me see here. I mean, this at minimum brought us up 55%. That was taking it from multiple sessions of zero volatility on the weekly all the way back up to 90%. No, I didn't even reach 90, 84%. My apologies. So now what we see is we have another 5 weekly volatility set up. With this weekly 9 getting lost, it's just going to be the first tick for bears. The second tick will be once we actually lose that $130 region, especially on a weekly, because at that point, then you're again testing that weekly higher low. And if we lose that, it's going to shift the weekly trend back down. And then we really have to start looking at a lot lower, possibly 120, if not all the way back down to $118. That to me seems like the next logical place. If you are bullish, you're just going to gauge the reaction right around, essentially that $132 to $131.90 zone. That we're approaching now kind of the last stand for bulls. And we also see that, volatility is still contracting, and within the next day or two, this could start giving us a BBWP setup. And depending on the posturing of the daily candles, assuming it's still holding above that EMA 100, you would then expect some kind of expansion as long as we do hold, above this low that was formed on December 16th. Yeah, I'm curious. Let's see how the 3-month closed, because we had that. And the 3-month wasn't the worst. We see here that $130 region was pretty strong resistance with the small amount of data we're working with. You can see now we closed a quarterly back above there for the first time ever. I'm curious to see what this is looking like. You can see right around, that $130, you're getting the 61.8%. To me, you're going to want to see this hold into, I know this is a quarterly, so this is closing in 2 months and 20 days. But you're going to really want to see this hold, because if into this quarter we SFP and actually deviate this zone, it's just going to really solidify why we're most likely going to end up coming back down, at minimum testing $120, if not all the way back down closer to, that $100 zone, which is right around where that quarterly EMA 9 is. And we actually haven't really tested that fully since getting back above. I know here it seems like we did, but we actually slightly front ran it, by a few dollars, but we actually haven't tested that. So, that is interesting to see that move up nicely all the way back up closer to that $100 zone, right where the 38.2% is. Not the best quarterly though, forming, I will just say. I mean, there's still a lot of time here, but I'm curious to see how the 2-month and monthly are looking then. The 2-month, here we see, we essentially here formed almost like an evening star. We're going to need to see the expansion. Actually, let me see what its 2-month close. What was this high? Actually, yeah. So we actually invalidated that evening star on this month. And that's why, it's really nice to see that the weekly has shifted the trend, the daily has, but you're really, really going to need to see this low essentially hold that was formed. Like I've been saying, right around where that $127 mark is, close to the meme line, or you're just going to run the risk of us breaking down further. This, though, is nice to see that it did invalidate this reversal candle. We broke the high. Nvidia actually made a new high since, I guess, when did it do this? So it literally made a new high in January 7th. That's interesting, because I didn't really hear a lot of people talking about that. Yeah, it wasn't.
Oh yeah, but then he got quickly reversed in a fucking mega golfing and yeah.
Nice engulfing red dildo gap.
Dude, fucking huge.
Lost the 9, rejecting it now.
Confirmed.
Again, visually here, you're just really going to want to see overall these lows hold. If we view this on the daily, because I know I was looking at the weekly a lot, you can see here we essentially just kept making higher lows, and even here now on the daily, I didn't even catch this. You are going to need to see this low actually hold. This low is at $133.83. If this doesn't hold and we start really shifting the daily down, then it does play into us possibly testing, this low here. This is the one I was mainly talking about, but this is, remember, on the weekly. So we had a weekly higher high. You're really going to want to gauge that weekly higher low, but this is where it becomes a little more tricky, because the weekly still can be up and the trend can still be up, but the daily can shift down. And if we start really losing this low here, which this low is at $133.83, and this one is at $134.22. So you can just see how close it is already. You're really going to need to see the daily actually not break today's low. If breaking today's low occurs, you're really going to run the risk of us actually breaking the bottom of the 38.2%, break this uptrend structure that is formed on Nvidia, and most likely then you'll get that bigger breakdown, hit that EMA 100. But then at that point, the daily trend is down, and then you really then are hoping that the weekly trend will just keep holding. So it actually is in a very precarious spot right now with volatility still resetting. Gonna need to see today's low hold on Nvidia. Glad I looked at the daily again, because I really didn't catch that.
And we keep on the daily, we keep dumping into the 100, the EMA 100, and it keeps like saving the day. But how many times is that going to do that? So now you have it at around $132, and right underneath at around 120, you got the SMA 200.
Let me put that back on my chart. It's a good point. Yeah, I mean, the issue too with this EMA 100, now that I'm looking at the daily trend, is that if we start shifting this daily trend, very much so like what happened on Bitcoin, you're just going to get that really, harsh move down. It's going to test right near where it's going to invalidate. Bulls are either going to pull through now and hold this and then move up into this next, into the week and next week. I forgot it was Friday. Or what we're going to do is run these lows, break the overall daily uptrend that's formed, and then also lose the blue zone. Yes, we might get caught at that EMA 100 again. That's why it's kind of like the last stand here. but you would have already been gauging this zone right near the EMA 100 simply because of where that EMA 21 is on the weekly. If we lose this weekly EMA 21, really the next spot is going to be the EMA 34. That's how I look at these. But then also you're really then going to run the risk of the daily shifting the downtrend, shifting the uptrend to a downtrend, and then the weekly following suit, where it all just kind of bleeds into the weekly then doing it confirmed once it does break that December 16th low. So, you know, when I was viewing this, I was saying that the weekly is still up. It is, and the weekly trend is up, but with the daily looming, like it looks like it wants to break this next, you know, last higher low that was formed right around this zone here, then you're really going to run the risk of that weekly breaking down further. And that's simply just going to be because of the daily testing that EMA 100 again. You're essentially going to need to see that hold, which you would have already been gauging this zone already, just based on the weekly EMA 9 getting lost potentially, losing the 38.2% on the weekly, a volatility setup brewing. Your next only logical spot as a bull is to look at that EMA 21 and have your stop at this low. That's literally the only spot that I can think of, if not all the way down at the mean line. But then at that point, you're really running the risk of this just breaking down. So you're really, as a bull, going to need to see today this low not get lost, and then into next week us not take out this low, or you're going to run the risk of a breakdown here. The weekly is already really not looking the best, though, just based on us losing the 9, losing the blue zone, rejecting the median, and us getting a volatility setup on the weekly, something we haven't had since I showed here in 2021. So it's been multiple years of us just not having that. Really not the best sign, honestly. 2 week here just plays into why we really don't want to see this low get lost anymore. Any further down is going to make us lose that 2 week EMA 9. If I throw the rainbow chart off, you can see here, since we reclaimed it for multiple weeks, this 2 week EMA 9 has been holding. Losing that just really won't be a good sign, and will play into why possibly then we're going to lose that daily EMA 100. And then at that point, we'll have the next target close to wherever this 2 week EMA 21 is. And right now it's at right around $119. And what Alejandro mentioned here is, well, yeah, I mean, because I didn't have it on my chart because last year I took it off, right where that daily SMA 200 is right around where the mean line is, right around that $119 zone. So you're actually dealing with potentially a big move here if Nvidia bulls can't really put in the work right now. You're talking about potentially a 12% move down looming, and that's just on the low side. You know, we saw last time on that weekly setup, right in 2021, this brewed a 50% move. You know, I don't know what this could potentially brew on this weekly, but you're, as a bull, really going to need just this zone to hold.
Nice little pump ski we're getting across crypto. All 8 Academy setups are now in profit. Nice. 2 thumbs up.
Hey, by the way, here comes the Pumpski, right? Like everybody's getting on the short. Let's get ready. And everybody was getting on the short to 95,000 still. So it's got to go higher right now.
We'll see. This is going to be a real fast. This is going to just be a big zone on Bitcoin, because what you don't want is us to actually test that daily 9 right around 95.8 to 96K and then just simply reject there. I do believe too, let's just check the 12-hour because that is silver cross. We're now testing that. Let me see. Did we have the silver cross? Yeah, we did. We're now testing potentially close to that silver cross EMA 21, if assuming this EMA 9 doesn't hold. So in my opinion, still should still be cautious here and look for maybe an easy short around this zone, right? If we SFP lost this is the next spot. If we start getting dailies back above, especially the 9, then the easy short could come right around that 99.3. So getting us back above 99.5 should be bull's goal. It's, you know, that's a weird word to say. The bull's goal is to do that. So that way, then we're back in this range. That's how I'm going to interpret it. It's bear's goal now to reject this and solidify the bearish retest. So we'll see. Nvidia, though, yeah, I mean, I'm still going to just be on the camp. We need to see a bounce now. We're not going to need to see this low to get taken out. The daily trend could still be intact, even on this massive girthy green red dildo. You know, we still here filled some gaps. We're still very, very, very tightly holding this daily uptrend. you're just going to need to see a bounce now, or really run the risk of us testing back down at 130. And at that point, with all the things I showed you, us going back to 130, it's kind of like the last stand, in my opinion. If we break 130, a really, really high probability chance, then we're going to break the weekly trend. And then we're going to start seeing that volatility expansion actually occur. And then that's going to probably most likely take us back down at minimum close to that daily SMA 200, right around the 78.6% on the weekly, close to that $118 mark. So you're really, as a bull, going to need to see, you guys are going to have to step up now to not have that whole breakdown scenario occur. And it's not looking the best as it stands. We're very, very close to a daily breakdown. So it'll be actually interesting to see what happens next week and into this daily close on Nvidia, because you're, as a bull, not going to need to see this volatility start firing off while we're looking like this. Or I mean, at minimum we could go down to 118. That's just minimum. I mean, this hasn't fired off yet. Assuming it fires off once we break this trend, let's say, if we go all the way down to 118, we're only talking about a 7% move. The last volatility setup, granted, yes, there were more zero volatility reads. Let's say maybe we go down 20%. That takes us closer down to that $100 psychological number. So it'd be pretty big and detrimental to Nvidia if that occurred.
And to the future of the United States, since we've invested so much fucking money in Nvidia.
Yeah.
We got a super pump-on. All righty. We got Meta in a second. Let me do Nvidia. That's how they pronounce it in my country. San Pompazo de Bitcoin, por cierto, señores, sé que no les pude dar el análisis antes. Estoy seguro que entendieron el de Alex y Farhan, pero aquí está el San Pompazo. Vamos a ver si podemos romper esta zona de los 96,570. La teoría, personalmente, la que traemos es que probablemente vayamos a llegar a encontrar cierto topecillo por acá y increíble oportunidad para un gran corto. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo tiene tiempo ahorita de subirse acá. Se subieron en corto, por eso te subieron, y empezó este movimiento desde los 95, por lo que tiene que ir más arriba. No sabemos si va a llegar hasta acá o no, pero San Pompazo de Bitcoin. San Pompazo. Perdón, no sé por qué estoy hablando así, como el perro. Ok, listo. Vamos a ver a la Nvidia, ¿no? En vivo y en directo, ¿eh? Vamos a ver Nvidia en la de 3 meses. Rápidamente ponerlo, empezar. ¡Wow! Esta vela que se está formando donde solamente quedan 3 meses para cerrar. Tiene mala pinta, pero honestamente faltan 3 meses todavía para el cierre. No nos preocupamos de absolutamente nada. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios tranquilamente. Solamente quiero ver dónde está el promedio del 5, que de nuevo nunca lo uso porque soy muy sofisticado. En los 116. I don't know if you saw the daily EMA. I'm sorry, the EMA 5 on Nvidia on the quarterly also adds some of that delicious confluence to the zone of the 116, 117.
Right on the SMA 200. Yeah, I didn't even put that on. So it's a good spot. It's going to be a big spot. We'll need to hold that SMA 200 to really, have the bull market vibes hold, essentially.
100%. Tenemos que acordarnos de esta zona, señores, ¿ok? Lo voy a dejar ahí con un hermoso dibujo que les acabo de hacer de un círculo que no parece círculo, ¿ok? Ahí está el promedio de las 5 en la trimestral. Como siempre, estamos por encima de todo, creando nuevos altos. Esto podría ser considerado un doble techo, por cierto. Si esto es un doble techo, sería un patrón de reversión. Un patrón de reversión es literalmente algo que cambia la tendencia. Si estás en una tendencia alcista, tienes un doble techo y esto te rechaza, tendrías un movimiento agresivo a la baja. Solamente quiero poner eso en la mesa, ¿no? Para todos ustedes. Venimos de volatilidad completamente hasta el tope y ahora estamos contrayendo. Nada interesante, honestamente, en esa tabla. Vamos a ver la mensual. La mensual también nos da otro doble tope. Tenemos esta vela topera, tenemos esta vela que cerró aquí, por lo que no es una confirmación. Y ahora tienes esta vela otra vez, otra oportunidad de vela topera. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Seguimos dentro de la tendencia de la diagonal alcista de la línea meme que tenemos y podemos empezar a notar que esta zona también tiene el promedio de ¿Cómo se llama esta madre? Del 9. Déjenme subo esto tantito aquí para que nos quede algo claro, ¿no? ¿Dónde está el promedio del 5? ¿Dónde está el promedio del 9? Lo tenemos en la trimestral y ahora en la mensual tenemos el 9 acá, que son zonas importantes, sobre todo el gráfico mensual. Le gusta retestearlo. Importante, 121 es donde está. Estamos cotizando en 136.54 en este momento. Vamos a bajar, está la volatilidad contrayendo, no está en ningún punto interesante ni clave, donde nos está dando un setup de absolutamente ni madres. Vamos a la de 2 meses. Ay, cabrón. Felicidades, Alejandro. Oye, Alejandro, muchas felicidades. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, perdón. Ha sido un día muy largo. Desde ayer, perdónenme, mi cerebro no está, bueno, siempre, nunca está funcionando, pero hoy tampoco. Tenemos el 119, tenemos el promedio del 21 justamente acá. No hemos testeado el promedio del 21 desde el 2023, enero desde el 2023. Aquí le hicimos un pequeño front run y una vez más está justamente en la zona de interés en este momento, en los 119 más o menos. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo por debajo del promedio, está en 26% el promedio, volatilidad está en 25%, después de ser un triangulito mamalón. Aquí lo tienes, todo por encima se ve bastante bien, creando nuevos altos, una vez más, la posibilidad del doble techo hasta en la semanal. Te lo he hecho en el pecho para que sepan que esto podría ser un patrón de reversión. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más a la semanal. En la semanal estamos viendo, tenemos un periodo de doble volatilidad nula. Vamos a ver si esto va a ser un setup de Hamas a la alza o un setup Nagasaki a la baja, pero los dos son explosivos. ¿Y cuándo fue la última vez que tuvimos un setup de poca volatilidad en Nvidia? Fue justamente acá. Déjenme activo mis poderes de volatilidad. Un segundo, voy a poner una línea horizontal de meme. Ahí está. Bam. Es que, güey, sabes todos los shortcuts. Qué listo eres. Sí, gracias, Alejandro. Vamos a poner la volatilidad acá. La expansión comenzó por acá. Vamos a ver qué tenemos. Bam. Y justamente por acá, ¿qué fue lo que pasó? ¿Qué fue el movimiento que se dio? Se dio este potente movimiento. Y este es un movimiento a la alza. ¿No? Porque acabamos de discutir de cómo la volatilidad puede apoyar el movimiento por completo. Solamente un movimiento de 200%, un pequeño 200%, desde el fondo de acá hasta el tope de acá. Y ahora tenemos el principio de otro tipo de volatilidad, de otro tipo de otra señal de ese tipo con la volatilidad en Nvidia, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tenemos. Perdón, no sé por qué estaba tan mandando al Chile eso. Ok, también tenemos nuestro promedio del 34, justamente en los 123 en la semanal. Podemos ver el setup de volatilidad que nos va a decir exactamente para dónde va a ir. Y definitivamente esta vela semanal no la queremos cerrar debajo de los 133.81. Si tenemos un cierre bajo en esta vela de los 133.66, la parte baja de esta vela, ¿cuál es el low? 130, no, el wick 133.83. 133.83 es el cierre. Qué pendejo soy, güey. Perdón. Estoy viendo a otra vela y volteando a ver a otro lado. Soy un crack. Les digo, ya estoy cansado y estoy viejo. Ok. No queremos romper el bajo de los 134.22. Si esta vela baja de eso, de los 134, 22, sí, exactamente. Si tenemos un cierre por debajo de esto se va a ir al nepe, porque esto va a ser una vela envolvente bajista y ahora nos va a dar por oportunidad de ¿cómo se llama? De confirmar en la que sigue. Así que atentos. Ahora, esta línea meme que va para arriba, bastante importante esta diagonal y sobre todo este es un triángulo ascendente. Descendentes cuando viene en bajada, ascendentes cuando va para arriba. A menos de que mi español esté completamente amasacrado. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria tenemos acá esta zona de confluencia. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 200. El promedio del 200 no ha sido testeado desde enero del 2023 también. Han pasado 2 años justo con el otro promedio que les había enseñado. Acá tenemos bastante estructura bajista. Tienes el doble techo. Y aparte, la potencia del rechazo del doble techo fue esta vela envolvente bajista. Una vela envolvente es la que absorbe que básicamente cubre todas las velas la vela anterior de arriba para abajo y cerró en rojo. Pueden ver que abrió aquí arriba en 153 y cerró aquí abajo en 140, una de las velas más bajistas, y luego tuviste continuación acá, pero no tuviste el cierre para decirte que es confirmación. Este cierre debería de ser confirmación a esto. Ahora, siguiente objetivo, 131.99, que es donde está pasando el promedio de los 100, el 132. Y si llegamos a perder eso, y les voy a enseñar por qué, si llegamos a perder justamente esta zona de los 134, tal cual como les había dicho, con la otra vela, eso nos llevaría al promedio del 100, ¿no? Que está justamente en los 132 o al 50%, pero como lo hemos tapeado 1, 2, 3, varias veces, tal vez no aguante y eso nos lleve al 88.3%, que es 119, 120, que es donde se encuentra el promedio del S&P 200. Así que Nvidia, vamos a decir que somos alcistas. ¿Qué es lo que queremos ver? Definitivamente podrías abrir un long entre esta zona y acá y poner tu invalidación en este bajo, porque si no vas a ir a buscar este bajo y barrerlo. Pero personalmente creo que eso sería un gran error. No creo que sea una oportunidad de long viendo todos los setups que existen y sobre todo el de volatilidad y lo que vaya a pasar con eso. Hay mucha confluencia en la zona de los 120. Creemos que puede ir a los 120 tranquilamente. Pero tu confirmación de que esta teoría tan loca de que se va a ir a los 120 cambia, es simplemente empezar a cerrar arriba de los $140. No es un gran rango tampoco, entonces les diría 140 si eres alcista para arriba y para abajo perder este mínimo en los 134. Bueno, en los 133.80 te haría visitar muy probablemente la zona de los 120 y ya de ahí exploraríamos qué otra posibilidad puede darte. Pero ahí lo tienen. Eso es, damas y caballeros, Nvidia. Vamos a ver la empresa de Mark Zuckerberg que está justamente en el podcast de Joe Rogan en este momento. Let's go check out Marky Mark's fucking bullshit, ¿no?
Remember when he
I'm
bought
excited.
Instagram and everyone called him retarded?
Say it again.
Remember when he bought Instagram and everyone called him retarded?
I remember, dude, I was in Cabo when they announced that. Belen goes, why would he pay $1 billion for Instagram? I was like, this is the cheapest thing he's ever gotten in his life. She goes, why? I was like so into social media at that
Now
time.
Instagram is what's significantly more.
Oh, yeah. Because Facebook is, who uses Facebook anymore?
Old people.
Not even, because they forgot how to use it. Or they died already.
They became Democrat voters after they died. So
hang on. I get it now too. Oh, that was good.
all right, so the monthly right now, we did get a rejection of that 38.2% on these past 3 attempts. Now we retested the median and we're using that as a spring to the upside. So currently this 38.2% on the top is going to be a magnet for price action. Right now that's at $655.89. We are getting on the opposite hand, momentum is shifting down, while volatility is shifting down too. So if we do get a close over this 38.2%, momentum is going to start shifting back up. We're going to re-enter into the bullish control zone. Volatility is going to start shifting up, and probability are really significantly higher. So they're coming from pretty low levels in our volatility, somewhere around 16%. So we get a close over that 38.2 at $655.89. Very likely we go up towards the 78.
Hang on, get your mic next to you, please. It sounds.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yes, sir.
All right. So if we get that close over the 655.89 at the 38.2, probabilities are pretty high since considering we're coming from very low levels on our volatility. That will go up to the 78.6. Right now, that's a pretty decently sized move up from where we are right now. It's about $775.69. Beautiful.
Whoa.
See how much of a percentage it is from here. About 24% to the upside from where we are right now. Giving little Mark another 24% boost in his net worth. Probably goes to about like, what is it, like $350-400 billion at that point?
No, I think he's got like 240, 220 right now, so probably to 300.
Is he number 2?
Well, him and Bezos, like, it depends on what day it is.
I remember when he wasn't even in the top 20. Now him and Bezos are trading places.
That's right.
On the 2 week, we're just about to get over the close over the median. We got another week to go. Median's about $618.45. Last time we've closed a 2 week over the median was like right over here back in September 9th of 2024. When we closed over the median, we got another move towards the upside, towards this 61.8% on the HPDR. And that's where we found our next rejection point and the next higher low. Right now, the 61.8% is just under $700 at $695.24. We need to see a close over the median to get that move activated. Fuck. Right now, momentum is shifting back up on the HPDR momentum. We're making a rejection of the bearish control zone. Volatility is at very extreme levels on the low side. It's at 5.56%. If we close over that median, volatility is going to start flipping up, supporting that move towards $700. Possibly that move on the monthly towards that 700 and was it 75? Yeah, 775,
Yeah.
69. Weekly is now about to get a close over the 38.2. 38.2 is sitting at $610.58. While momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone, volatility is supporting it. It's at 54%. Very likely we end up going a lot higher if we close over the 38.2. Probably somewhere around that 88.3%, which we topped out last time around whenever we made a local top and then got a pretty significant pullback. Right now, that 88.3 is just over $700 at $702.96. The next level from there would be the 95%, which did we get there? No, yeah, we actually topped out at the 95%. My bad. 88.3 is right here. 95% is just under our monthly target of 775, sitting at $768.97. Only you could have been 3 cents higher. Two-day is now brushing right up against that 38.2 as well. We get a close over that 38.2, we should see a very decent sized move to the upside. Momentum is about to break into the bullish control. Volatility is just now starting to shift up, and the jewel is fuck. The jewel is starting to curve back around as well, rejecting, getting even close to the bearish control zone.
I thought you said the jewel is fucked. I was like, why?
No, I said fuck because I accidentally hit the
I saw.
Now it's curving back around, giving us the neutral signal on this next close, especially if we close over the 38.2. It's like this shifting to the cyan light blue bicolor. That would take us in the next probably 2 candle opens towards the bullish control zone. Once we enter into the bullish control zone and we've closed over the 38.2, very likely we get that move towards $700. Probably get a pullback at $700. It's around psychological number. Then from there, you likely go to 775.69. Daily is now strongly over that 38.2 after getting a retest of our median off of today's unemployment numbers. Now we're not only over the 38.2, we're over the 61.8. While momentum is within the bullish control, volatility is flipped up. It's very likely that takes us somewhere around the 88.3 to the 95%. And that would be somewhere around like $650 towards like $676. 4 hours giving us a massive bullish engulfing after testing this bottom 38.2, using that as a spring, and now we're over the 61.8. While momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone, volatility is pointed up. The jewel, as of right now, is still on this neutral color, but it's starting to lose its curvature. Before it was pretty vertical, now it's losing that a little bit. Still within the bullish control zone, and the pink is now just starting to cross over the yellow. Pretty good sign, especially if we close as we are right now. That would take us somewhere around that 88.3 to the 95. Again, in that same $645 to $650 to $660 zone. Shift to the RSI. Ding. Jeez, the 6-month chart on Meta is insane. You get one little pullback here in the bear market of 2022, and then it just literally up only. Resumes the up only trend.
What an opportunity that was, by the way.
It came all the way down to about like $92. Now it's at $625.
Yeah, it's just a simple 6x on your money.
Pretty fucking insane for a company this size. In just 2 years, it did a 6x.
Yeah.
No, that's a lower low. No divergence. There is some hidden bullish divergence on the monthly, since we did make a higher low over here than we did in this point here, but the RSI made a lower low. We've already basically hit the easy targets though. The next level would be the critical zone, which we are already at right now. So we can't really get anything from there. I guess you could use the simple moving average, which would be the next target. That number is at about $643. Very close to that HPDR target of $644.
Mm-hmm.
Let me remove this hash ribbons bullshit. Not quite made to use on Meta. Because there's no hashing on Meta.
Oh, I would say so. At least
the only
Mark
hashing
Zuckerberg
on
hasn't told us.
The only hashing on Meta is the hash that Mark Zuckerberg may or may not smoke.
He seems like a little dork that just eats humans.
On the 2 week, we have multiple drives of confirmed hidden bullish divergence of every one of these higher lows that we've been building. Right now, while we have contracting volatility, so if we get a close over about $638.40, volatility is going to start expanding, supporting that hidden bullish divergence. That would take us towards the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is sitting at pretty retarded levels. This is going to change, but right now it's at about $868.77. This shit is so bullish right now that when we confirm that bearish divergence right here off of this high, we only got to move to the 9 EMA. When the divergence was confirmed, the entire move was already played out. 5 day
By
has
the way,
meaning.
what's so bullish about Meta? Like, what else are they going to do?
I guess now they're trying to get Trump on their good side, or maybe something. I heard they gave $1 million to his inauguration.
I'm going to say this one more time. They own all the they're the ones that make the rules. Like, he's like Elon Musk. I know that people think he's just a kid, but he's the one. When you bribe politicians, let me ask you this, Farhan. You had $500 million to lobby your favorite politician. Are you going to just spend it on one party at the risk that they might lose, or are you going to give it half and half?
You're gonna put your eggs in both of the baskets.
That's what these people do. So that little play that no. Mark's still making his own policy. The one thing that I would lead me to believe that this is going to fucking skyrocket to the moon is I'm pretty sure just like X is going to do payments, Meta's going to do payments because we're following that China model.
I love how they call it lobbying, by the way.
I know. It's in any other country, it's called bribing.
Give it a clean and acceptable name.
It's like, let me give someone money, a politician money, and then he'll do something for me afterwards. Sir, that's a bribe. No, buddy. That's lobbying. You're in America.
Dare you?
How dare you call me a dirty politician?
5 day now also has many drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. While we're getting volatility expansion from about like 7%, we're right now at 14% on the volatility. Our next target is going to be that simple moving average and then the bullish critical zone. Simple moving average sits at $687. The critical zone sits at about $922.
Calm down.
The stock version of George. 3 day now also has hidden bullish divergence confirmed with expanding volatility. That would take us to somewhere around the bullish control zone, maybe the critical zone. Right now, the bullish control zone is at 655, kind of a reasonable number. Critical zone is not very reasonable at all at $896.56. 2 day as well. Sheesh, every single fucking time frame has hidden bullish divergences.
I remember when I looked at Meta just a few days ago, it looked like it wanted to break out. So it definitely still looks that way.
Right now, the 2 day divergence target, next one would be, since we're coming from such low levels in our volatility, it would be the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is very close to that 775 number at $785.89. Daily also hidden bullish divergence, expanding volatility. Target is going to be the critical zone, $758, very close to 775 once again. 4 hours now about to put in another drive, regular bullish divergence off of these lows right here. While we're getting volatility expansion, that would target us the critical zone. Right now, the 4-hour critical zone sits at $682.93. Geez, Meta is probably one of the best looking charts we've looked at today.
It's so bullish, I'm going to dress like a matador.
I don't get it.
It's just very bullish. So I feel
Oh,
like
I
would
see.
have to dress for the occasion.
The guys who hold the flag over the
Well,
bulls.
the guy that killed the fucking bull, right? Like a matador.
Yeah.
That it means killer in Spanish.
Now on the 6 month, we've had this drawn from several months now. From the last time I looked at Meta, we've got 1, 2. We're about to get 3 closes over the 78.6%, which takes us to the 161.8. Remember that $775 number? The 161.8 is at $787, like the Boeing 787. Momentum is breaking into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over $180.50. We're a good amount above that right now, so I feel like that's pretty safe. 3 month is now at 100% volatility for 2 periods. It can stay there for a good amount of time, though, and we've already gotten the 3 closes over on the quarterly over the 78.6. Next level is that 787 number. Momentum is going to remain to the upside within the critical zone as long as we're closing over $548.60.
Well,
on the
Easy.
monthly, we're getting volatility contraction after getting a double extreme, but momentum is still pointing to the upside within the critical zone as long as we're closing over $596.50. As long as we're just pointed up, we can still continue to the upside on volatility contraction. 2 week is also now contracting on our volatility, while momentum is turning freshly back up after testing the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $587.75. Same thing with the weekly. Now weekly is getting fresh volatility expansion from about 10%. We're maintaining the bullish control zone. We're about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above 627. Oh, a little bit down right now. We got 2.5 hours to go. I'm pretty sure the bulls can shift it up. $627.80. We're like 20 cents below that right now. 5 days currently to the downside, but the 5 day has 6 days left to go. I'd love to see that. Within the next 6 days and 3 hours, the bulls got to close over $632.60 to flip this momentum back up, enter into the critical zone, support that volatility expansion to the upside. And right now, the bias is that probably does happen, considering how many hidden bullish divergences we have, and that the 4 hours is about to confirm a fresh drive of regular bullish divergence. 2 days now freshly turning back up on momentum, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $611, $612, let's say that. Daily as well, expanding volatility, entering into the critical zone on the next open, and we're pointed up above $593.43. Now the 4 hour is starting to contract on volatility, but momentum is still pointed about to flip back freshly back to the upside, re-enter into the critical zone as long as we're closing above $624.70. And then that would also confirm the regular bullish divergence that we have on momentum as well. I mean, on the 4 hour as well. Jeez, literally every single time frame on this thing looks bullish. Even if you go down to the lower time frames, it looks bullish. 6 month is heavily on the bullish side, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. Pivot is like almost 4 times.
Yeah, $547 now.
447. $447 away from the 6 month pivot. Quarterly is to the upside. Monthly is to the upside. We have hidden bullish divergences on every single time frame. The only time frame that we were slightly bearish on was the 4 hour, and now we've confirmed another fresh. We're about to confirm a fresh drive of bullish divergence, which will send that back up, playing out the hidden bullish divergences on all the higher time frames. And it kind of seems like this thing is first going to go to somewhere around $700, maybe get a pullback from there. That's a psychological number. and then eventually 775. And if you were to put any like weight on the higher time frame divergences, those have targets of somewhere around like $800 to $900, which I personally am not really looking at right now. I'm just looking at that $775 number. Until that hits, then reevaluate there.
Yeah, how many X's could this fucking bullshit do in 2 years?
Imagine
No.
it goes straight from $92 to $1,000 in like 2.5 years.
Like, I understand that why Nvidia did it, right? Like, everybody needs that shit. Every country's buying it. But is every country just buying Meta? Like, maybe to spy on people and use it for cybersecurity. Could be.
It's because of the success of Threads.
Yeah,
That's what it is. That's what it. I'm all day on that.
Oh yeah, me too. All day, every day. Can't get off. Addicted to it.
Have you ever opened it?
Nope, never once.
Have you, Alex?
No, never.
Me either. Not once. All righty, boys. Well, it was a long ass motherfucking week because we had class yesterday. We've had fires, and I went to sleep too late. So you guys go enjoy your Friday.
How far are you from those fires?
There's some like 30 minutes away, but they're not like the big ones. The big ones are like an hour out. The Palisades.
What happened?
Where I used to live yesterday, in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, all of that area was catching on fire, and they were able to put it out. All the people were evacuated because back in the day, I was evacuated from it too. But now everyone's on this side of town. So let's just say if there's, and hopefully nothing happens. But if there was a fire in this side of town, people, literally no one would have anywhere to go. Nowhere.
So
Well, it makes sense that they put out the fires in Calabasas because that's where all the rich people live.
Well, they stopped them in Hidden Hills because that's what last time Drake and the Kardashians and someone else had on retainer firefighting crew. Yeah.
I mean, if I was mega rich, I'd want that there.
And they make you for insurance on your house because Kim has she bought a $65 million house that she redid and whatnot. Now it's got to be worth like 100, 150. And she's right at the entrance of the neighborhood where all the mountains and all the hills come. So the fire was going into her door. That's where they stopped it. So their private fire departments. That's why my house didn't burn down, just because of Kim Kardashian, to be honest with you. So not only she's got big old TVs, she also has a great fire department service.
Muchas gracias.
Have a good one, boys. Thank you so much for everything.
Buenas tardes.
Vámonos a ver a Meta, que por cierto, ahí les va rápidamente. Todas las temporalidades en Meta son absolutamente alcistas, no importa cómo lo quieras ver. Vamos a ver la de 6 meses rápidamente puesta enfrente de todos ustedes. Esta fue la oportunidad del siglo, por cierto. Cuando Meta llegó a $88 en el 2022, eso desde los $88 hasta donde estamos hoy, Meta ha hecho un 6.1x. Si hubieras puesto $100,000 en Meta, hoy hubieras tenido $600,000 en solamente 2 años y medio. Esto es una locura estilo Nvidia. La pregunta es ¿por qué? Pero la respuesta es, nos da igual. Ve la tabla y ve lo alcista que se ve. Estamos muy por encima del promedio del 9, muy por encima del 21. Podemos ver la potencia que llevan los movimientos. En realidad, Meta casi todo estas son velas de 6 meses. Casi toda su historia es positiva. Lo pueden ver. O sea, estás hablando de 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 divididos entre 2. Son 5 años de solamente subida. Luego tuviste 6 meses negativos, pero luego tuviste otros 6 meses que completamente cancelaron todo eso. Y luego tuviste 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Básicamente 5 meses, podríamos contar 6 porque esta vela, por más roja que sea, está hasta acá arriba. Tuviste 5 meses verdes, 6 meses hasta arriba. Y de ahí tuviste 2 periodos, o sea, 1 año de caída. Pero después ha sido 2 años y medio de subida. O sea, básicamente ver una vela, o sea, lo máximo que han tenido consecutivas son 3 velas rojas. Es una locura. Esta fue la oportunidad de la historia. Se cayó de 388 a $88 y ahora en $628 potentemente. Vamos a ver, no, estamos completamente en rojo, pero todavía no llegamos a extremos. Como no estamos en extremos, no me va a preocupar. No voy a decir absolutamente nada. Esto se ve bastante bien, honestamente. De nuevo, hay divergencias alcistas en la tabla de 6 meses, en la tabla de 3 meses, en la tabla mensual, en la de 2 meses, en la de 2 semanas, en la semanal, en la diaria. La única que no tenía una divergencia alcista era la de 4 horas, tenía una bajista que fue eliminada en lo que estaba Farhan haciendo su análisis. Así que ahí lo tienen. 3 meses vemos que estamos sobrevendidos y este movimiento, sobre todo, si estás en un pico, esta es mi opinión personal y esto es algo que he estado poniendo atención y me gustaría que solamente lo graben en sus notas y pongan atención. Cuando ves este tipo de picos y la volatilidad está a tope, mucha gente diría, pues ahí se acabó el movimiento. No. Normalmente cuando ves este tipo de acción, donde la volatilidad y el pico está acá, tienes todavía más movimiento a la alza, que creo que es lo que estamos viendo todos en este momento. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente yo diría, la volatilidad es como jalar un ancla. Imagínate que eres Popeye y hay un ancla en el barco, ¿no? Y eres de caricatura, así que puedes hacer lo que quieras. Y jalas el ancla con todas tus fuerzas después de comerte unas espinacas y el ancla vuela de un lado a otro. Básicamente en lo que se estira la cuerda, es lo que sigue. Eso es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento acá, en mi opinión. Espero que ese ejemplo haya quedado claro con Popeye y las Olimpiadas. No sé de dónde saqué las Olimpiadas, pero felicidades, Alejandro. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo acá. No nos está diciendo absolutamente nada, pero ya en la mensual podemos poner el HPDR para todos ustedes. Poder ver niveles. Los objetivos son una locura, por cierto. La parte del 78.6% simplemente por donde estamos rebotando en la media y el movimiento tan alcista que está tomando en este momento Meta. Perdón, ya me di cuenta que estoy pintando. Y por eso no me abre la tabla como quiero. Ok. Podemos ver que estamos justamente rebotando en la media que está en los 592. Eso nos debería de llevar tranquilamente a la parte alta del 38.2% de la zona azul en 654. Y a Meta le gusta ir hasta la zona roja, pero no lo vamos a poner ahí. Vamos a decir que el movimiento simplemente por el tipo de movimiento que se está dando, dónde está y cómo se está comportando, nos sugiere que un viaje al 78.6% es bastante realista y eso está en $775. Eso es una absoluta locura para Meta. Felicidades a Mark Zuckerberg, que está haciendo el podcast de Joe Rogan en este momento, contando todas las mentiras de cómo lo obligaron a censurar a la gente a la que les pagó $400 millones. Pobre Mark. Solamente les dio $400 millones y lo obligaron a hacer cosas. Pinche payaso. Ok, en fin. Tenemos acá también, pueden ver el movimiento. Les digo, a Meta le gusta llegar a 100%. 100% en esta zona, estás hablando de $1,400. No, todavía no entiendo qué lo haría llegar a eso, pero digo, no estás acá para cuestionarlo. La tabla siempre te dice la verdad, todo lo demás es justificación de por qué la tabla hizo lo que hizo, en mi opinión. Estamos justamente creando altos más altos en cada una de estas zonas. Esta es una de las tablas más alcistas que existe. Esta es la de 2 meses. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas nos está contando un poco de la misma historia. Podemos ver que estamos justamente peleando con la media. Está en 618. Estamos explotando a la alza. Siguiente objetivo van a ser los 660. 660, volatilidad contrayendo y preparando otro setup de expansión. Creando altos más altos. Esta es una zona interesante para mí en el precio. Déjeme quito mi tabla LGTBQ, RSTY, RSI 2.0, GTI, B6. Cada que estamos, esta es una resistencia bastante importante que hemos flipeado en soporte. La intentamos tocar acá y no rompimos. Venimos acá, rompimos, pero hicimos un breakout falso y luego volvimos a retomarla. Este es tu primer cierre. Segundo cierre. Esta vela va a cerrar en 7 días y 3 horas. Con que esta cierre ahí, para mí esa sería confirmación para tomarlo por encima de esta línea. 2 cierres encima de esta línea en la de 2 semanas. Esa es mi confirmación a poder dar el siguiente movimiento, el siguiente brinco con esto. El siguiente brinco nos va a llevar mínimo a los 660 y de ahí al 61.8%, casi los 700. Eso es en la de 2 semanas. En la semanal, ¿qué tenemos? En la semanal tenemos un poco expansión en volatilidad potente. Lo tienen acá, lo pueden ver, es una vela verde. Esta expansión puede tranquilamente ir, y lo han visto acá, en la zona del 88.3%, que es la línea amarilla. Esa zona está justamente en $703, dando más confluencia a nuestro análisis. Estamos muy por encima de la media, muy por encima de todos nuestros promedios importantes en la semanal. La volatilidad está validando este movimiento explosivo a la alza. Vamos a ver qué está haciendo. Vamos a ver la de 3 días. 3 días. Está justamente peleándose con la media. Queremos ver, tener un cierre de esta vela en 2 horas y 16 minutos. Por encima de los 629.37 estamos $1 abajo, ni siquiera $1 abajo. Con poder cerrar eso por encima, deberíamos de ver en la siguiente semana o dos un movimiento a los 650, pero con una alta probabilidad de los $700. Podemos ver que el HPDR no está sobrevendido tampoco, no estamos en extremos, estamos bastante en medio con todo y este movimiento tan ¿cómo se dice? Tan alcista que estamos viviendo con Meta. Y Meta está diciéndonos acá, tenía un setup de jamás y ahora la segunda expansión es lo que nos está dando. Venimos de periodos de volatilidad nula. Tienes la expansión de volatilidad por encima del 15%. Les voy a poner la línea para que tengan de referencia ustedes. Ese 15%, tenemos la expansión y después tuvimos la contracción, expansión y nos dio este movimiento. Siempre y cuando la volatilidad continúe apuntando para arriba después de este movimiento y pueda pasar estas dos zonas, ¿no? Porque fue lo que había detenido antes el precio. ¿Por qué no puedo cambiar eso? ¿Es la media? Ok, con que podamos pasar la media o camino a la media, de arriba del 50%, nos va a dar un movimiento bastante agresivo a la alza en la de 3 días. En la diaria también tenemos expansión de volatilidad por encima del promedio y lo acabamos de ver el día de hoy, básicamente con esta velota verde. Esa velota verde va a cerrar por encima del 61.8%, arriba de 621, con un cierre arriba de 621. Eso nos daría permiso para ir a darnos una vuelta muy pronto a los 647, que es la zona del 88.3%. Y en la diaria, si no me equivoco, a Meta le gusta ir al 95%. No mucho, pero cuando está caliente, no, es el 88.3%, la zona con expansión de volatilidad encima de todos los promedios. Meta, o sea, no hay ni cómo tirarle FUD, ¿no? La estructura es potente. Alguien podría decir, güey, pues qué tal un doble techito. Podría ser, pero pues cabrón, traes todos estos mínimos más altos todo el tiempo. Lo pueden ver tranquilamente acá, si conectamos solamente esto. Es una absoluta locura. Y va a continuar en este movimiento. No hay nada en la tabla que nos diga que va a perder estos niveles en este momento Meta. Se ve que tiene más fuerza para poder continuar. No sé por qué, no sé cómo lo hará, pero el tío Mark Zuckerberg siempre lo logra. Consiguió comprar Instagram por $1,000 millones y ahora vale solamente 447 millones, un pedo así. Nada mal. Y lo que está haciendo es agregando hardware y puede ser lo que con los lentes. Yo tengo los lentes esos de Meta AI. Podría ser que vamos a ver una explosión de hardware y Apple sería el más afectado en todo esto porque sería una competencia directa a la hardware que venden ellos y Mark Zuckerberg sí sacaría un teléfono en chinga, no le importa tanto nada porque ha sido rico por bastante tiempo y aparte un hijo de perra por más. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos, muy feliz viernes, pásenla muy bien, me voy a ir a descansar un rato. Bueno, no a descansar, me voy a correr, pero eso es descansar. Les mando un abrazote, pórtense bien y gracias por estar aquí conmigo.